Oh, snap. All the time I've been talking and I didn't even know that y'all wasn't hearing me. I was wondering, like, yo, why ain't nobody responding? That's crazy. I got sincere small goods. Yeah, I was waiting for some people to come in because got a little halfway rant, halfway something I want to see I want to interact with the people. See, self I build after you hear this one, you're gonna say you're spending too much time on that app. I think I have it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm seeing with some things where, some kind of misdirection is being used. A little bit of misdirection when we get into the title, you know what I mean? But before we get into that, first of all, you know, uh, I got the text yesterday, you know what I'm saying, that another one of our sisters returned to the essence. This time it was Agemeen, you know what I'm saying? Uh, of course, man, the mathematics is always the same. We got to teach on and keep this supreme mathematics and supreme activation because that's what keeps all the people that lived it in supreme activation. You know what I'm saying? Like in any culture, you know what I'm saying? You still hear about George Washington because the people who, is a part of that American culture, that American way of life and everything, you know, they continue to keep that in activation. It was people and rulers and places, you know what I'm saying, different times, you don't know who they are. But in order to keep that in the activation, man, we gotta we gotta be doing the knowledge, man. That's why you gotta do the knowledge. Because you're not gonna get a call, you know what I'm saying? You're not gonna get a call saying, listen, um, I'm about to check out, right? In like 2 months. So everything. Let's review everything I've been teaching you, make sure you got it. That's not what happens. It's not what happened in the very beginning. And it's, not what I've known to happen at any other time. So when it's your turn, you will know. Because everybody will be looking at you for the solution, the answer. And you had to be ready. So you gotta do the knowledge, you know, and you gotta, you know, health, we gotta pay attention to it now. You know what I'm saying? Not just the science of what's going on right now, but on the science of, whatever we, eating, whatever we intake and whatever we dealing with today is affecting our health tomorrow. You know what I mean? So, uh, we got to stay on point. We got to learn these lessons that, the people before you had to live certain things, right? So that it could be a lesson for you if you do the knowledge. Because if you don't, then you probably gonna have to live it again. So, you know, live on to our sister Agemeen. One thing about Agemeen, whenever I used to see her, right, and it was like if I had something I wanted to go do, I'm about to go, wherever I'm about to go do something, right? That's when Adrienne would call me. She'd call me, right, and have a 45-minute conversation. Ancient history, recent history, going through it. And, I recall whenever, I'll be going somewhere and I hear her voice calling my name, I'll be like, ah, got me. You see, now I'm going to miss that. It's the way the cookie crumbles, I guess. But let us hmm, trying to I'm trying to figure out how to let me see. Can everybody see this? Wait a minute. All right, yeah, hold on, let me put it back. Social construct. Can everyone see this? Merriam-Webster and Merriam-Webster on Merriam-Webster.com, the definition for social construct is an idea that has been created and accepted by the people in a society. Now, what I've been noticing, and I've noticed it for a while, at least I could say I know when I first started noticing it being used, the social construct. I'm sure, if anybody has any more definitions, something they feel they need to add on, we can add. But right now, let me start with my little rant. Is that what I've been noticing is that calling something a social construct has become a way to say that something doesn't exist. Like this idea has no objective reality to it. And so then it's just kind of a pointless definition that's being imposed. And so any and everything can be redefined as if there's no objective reality to a social construct. See, let me show you an example of what I'm saying. See, a home, that's a social construct. Houses, the way we got houses, that's a social construct. So you could tell because other societies construct their houses different. See, we talking about from the time, before they knew each other. Some people had mud huts. Some people had wooden structures. Some people put domes on them. Some people have flat roofs. Some people had angle roofs. How big your house is, what you have in there, what makes it feel like home to you, those are all social constructs. You see, the underlying objective reality, right, is that people need shelter. You need shelter from, inclement weather. You need shelter from wild animals. And this is the foundation on which society has constructed this idea that we have now of a home. How many thousand square feet you need, that's depending on the society that you exist in. So if you're not going to be in the house all that much, if you have the type of society where everything is outside, this is what people do. See, dinner, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, that's social constructs. So like if you go to the restaurant, right, and you don't know what time the other people in there got up. For them, this is their first meal of the day. But dinner, the way we sit down, you got your fork and your knife and all of this right here. That's a social construct. That's why in a different society, like in China, right, they use chopsticks. Because that's what they society constructed, but on top of the objective reality that people got to eat. So, you know, I could beat around the bush a little bit more, but I think I think uh, I should just go right for I should just go right for the elephant in the room. I should just go right for the elephant in the room. Race is not a social construct. Prove me wrong. Does anybody do you have any high scientists, excerpts, experts, I mean, in whatever sciences there are that says that race doesn't exist and that it's just a social construct? Anyone. Do you know of the information that could prove me wrong? And see, this is the type of thing what I'm saying. Look, let's go for another elephant in the room. See, like I said, when you say something is only a social construct, that is only something that people made up. Now, I haven't thought about everything in society, you know. Are there some things that are totally social constructs? I mean, off the top of my head, I can't think of one. Like even Facebook, right? That's a fake world. It's a fake world. Yes, it's the social construct. It's a construct of the engineers, whatever is in their imagination. But the underlying thing is that people are social animals. Let me not say, animals. I don't want to get nobody hyped. But people are social. That's the underlying reality. You're in there thinking you're playing imaginary, but they're taking advantage of real sciences, right? Real needs and wants that people have. Like whatever's the rush, right? That people get from getting the likes or whatever it is, right? There's a science that they use. You said one human family. Well, we get into a couple of things on that. We actually get into a couple of things on that. But see, in fact, there's more than one human family. And see, here's the thing that you leaving out, in my opinion. If it was one human family, right? Shouldn't all of our characteristics be interchangeable? Like, why do these particular traits in this particular families, why is it hereditary? See, now listen, here's a reality. When you look at say like bears, right? Pandas, uh, you know, black bears, uh, 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 polar bears. They don't really reproduce together. And when you look at the different uh, types of cattle, different moose, elk, all of it, they don't really reproduce together. See, one of the reasons why it's still is is so much genetic is or not that much genetic difference in us, right? Is it hasn't they're not that old of a mutation. It's like you have different rodents. But see, their mutations started separating and dividing and developing separately millions of years ago. So you don't see capybaras reproducing with uh, Norwegian rats. But if you have two types that uh, have much more recent history when their DNA started to diverge and started developing in separate ways from each other in separate environments. But see, here's the thing, right? In order for you to say that race is only a social construct, that there's no objective reality to it, you have to ignore the fact that it can be scientifically quantified. I don't care if they say it's 0.00001%. If they can put a number on it, then it exists. And thus far, they haven't found a way to which they haven't found a way to explain that aspect away as far as I'm concerned. Now, see, what is a social construct is racism. See, racism is a social construct that's built upon the objective reality that there's distinction. See, to tell me that nobody noticed, like nobody noticed, I understand that people didn't go by the words black or white. But see, this is what I'm saying. This is even now, people say, yeah, well, we didn't call ourselves black at one time. So what? Does that mean that we wasn't? Does that mean that we used to be purple and pink polka dot? There's lots of things that you didn't always have a name for. See, at one time, people used to breathe, right? And they didn't know what oxygen was. So then some scientists, right, based upon the scientific methods, right, that was ideas that came from the interaction of men and women in society, right? Somebody using the different social constructs and ideas, the periodic table, et cetera, said this is oxygen. Does that mean that oxygen never existed before that? Or does it mean that it came a point where you realize that, hold on, this thing that we've been just thinking is air actually has distinct parts that we can identify? So if you have people in Europe who all they seeing is other Europeans, they don't realize yet that, yeah, it's all other kind of people out there. Did you know at one time hip hop wasn't called hip hop? So now when you put this name on it, does that change what it is? See, this is something I noticed this word getting thrown around a lot now, a lot more. So that's when I first heard it. Not when I first heard it, but when I first, that was the first, race is just a social construct. No, racism is a social construct, meaning the hierarchies that people assign to the races, the stereotypes that people assign to the races, the uh, treatment of different people according to their race. Now, in terms of what is the exact definition of the word race, you know, perhaps the definition, the way they defined it in 1800, I might disagree that, I'm not sure exactly what that, how they defined it, say in Darwin's time. But I'm talking about as a distinction between people. Pacific Islanders don't, you don't see families where, some people is Pacific Islanders and some people is Japanese. Unless you could trace the history of those people mingling together. Indians from India don't produce Europeans. Unless, yeah, there's people, because you had the Dutch, you had the Portuguese, you had the British, all that was over there, but you could trace that history. Europeans don't produce Africans. And if you're telling me that the known science of that doesn't exist, it doesn't. I don't care if you tell me it's only 2 chromosomes. So you remember one chromosome out of place, and you won't even exist, depending on the chromosome. So as you go around and you start to see these different people that are trying to redefine things, everything. Under the idea that everything is a social construct and therefore holds some arbitrary definition that was just wholly made up by society. Especially if now somehow you you want to condemn that society. So now you're going to say that everything that's defined within that society, right, is, somehow there's no objective reality to it, right? And so, you can redefine it however you want, right? Because you need to break the oppressive bonds of the society that you condemn. See, this is the people who use this type of terms, they're very good at speaking the King's English. They sound all educated, but they're not. This whole thing that, everybody can just be a figment of their own imagination. Yeah, you could go for this kind of stuff. You could go for this type of stuff. But see, this stuff is never going to be born alive. Because it comes a time, right? It comes a time that you got to show and prove. When things go to born, when you got to see everything clearly. And when you get into the science of showing and proving, you see that there's a underlying reality, right, to, all of these social constructs that I could think of. Marriage is a social construct. But the underlying reality is that, people that have sex and be around each other a lot, they form bonds. And those bonds extend and, oftentimes become even stronger with the children that is the offspring of those bonds. Like society didn't make people start, having those reactions. Now, yeah, there's social constructs around per se, like romantic love and stuff like that. They made that up in the medieval times. Like the damsel in distress and all that stuff like that. You had, I guess a few stories already, like what was the lady, but then you don't really know necessarily that was a love story. But remember the lady that they had the Trojan War over. But if I recall correctly, it wasn't necessarily that the dude fell in love with her. It was that she was the most beautiful woman in the land or whatever. But those type of love stories, that's why they go back to, knight in shining armor, Prince Charming, because that came out the royal court of Europe. And that's why it's called courtly love. But that there's an underlying reality of it, right? That society has constructed, a kind of institution, right? That supports that, supports that basic reality of people. So I'll let y'all add on, you know, rant, rant over it. I think sometimes I get, too caught up in conversations that I hear, and I wonder, like, yo, wait a minute. I don't know who needs to hear this. I got that from the millennials too. I don't know who needs to hear this, but saying something is a social construct does not mean that there's no underlying objective reality. What you said? So if I build and bring up the Bible, why you bringing up the Bible, so? We don't need to bring up the Bible. I probably ain't gonna even be able to renew my hotel license. I ain't gonna even be able to renew my hotel license already as it is. I'm surprised we didn't have no scientists in here today to tell me that race really doesn't exist. And I'm gonna tell you another thing that I noticed in terms of the language. Now I could be reading too much into just the semantics of it. But see, when they say there's no such thing as race, right? Then they usually say that they usually say that the amount of DNA, right, that accounts for skin color is very small. But see, we got other differences. We don't have the same exact biochemistry. You know when you can tell, you know where they admit, about a lot of other differences that's in us. You know, that's dealing with our biochemistry, right? Listen to them talk about Serena Williams. Listen to them talk about Serena Williams and why she's dominant in women's tennis. And they'll start telling you about the muscular development and the bone density and the fast twitch fibers and the narrow hips. They'll start telling you a whole bunch of stuff. Now, mind you, some of that stuff that I'm saying, I don't know if this is, I could be spewing some ancient racism right now. But see, some people, like I said, they got to produce results. So you can feel how you want to feel. See, it's sports. Sports is frivolous. It is, you know what I mean? I mean, in the grand scheme of the universe, but it's a part of culture. But in sports, it tells you about the differences that we have. The reason why you see black men dominating the running back position, right, is because their hips is narrow. And so they can make all those fast cuts that even when you see dominant Caucasian runners, right, they're downhill type runners. Going, back to Larry Zonka and all, they're downhill type runners. They're not going to be cutting back. Now, yeah, that's just a physical thing. But that physical thing is a manifestation of something that is comes from, the chemicals and the way they react, the hormones, et cetera, et cetera. So here's the question, and this would shut me right up. Are you telling me that there are people from Holland, right? Are you telling me that there are people from Holland that are genotypically black, but phenotypically they're blonde hair and blue eye? See, if that was the case, then I would say there's no such thing as race. Telling me Joe Biden is really black, but he just looked white. You know what happens? Somebody's gonna come and say, "Yeah, what about this person right here? What about this world class athlete? He could do it." Yeah, right. Like I said, if they could tell you what are the chromosomes that make it a difference, and they haven't demonstrated that those chromosomes is interchangeable, because see, then they came out with all type of shit where you can make the baby smarter. They got designer, you can get designer babies now. You can make the baby 6'5", you can make the baby blonde hair, blue eyes. Can you make the Caucasian person, can you make the Caucasian couple have a black baby? Did you master that yet? These little teensy bit of genes, all other shit you can do. You can make a motherfucking vaccine out of this shit. Can you do that? Maybe there'll come a time when they can. Who knows? But these are still the questions for me that's not answered. Because see, sometimes you gotta really look at this stuff, man. Some of the times they be saying this stuff and it be based on, like 1 or 2 studies, over a 2-month period or something, where, everybody's self-reported. They self-reported the data that was analyzed. So I may have to just make this one short. It appears everyone was picking up what I was putting down. Which is basically, don't go for the okie doke with this, right? So like I said, people start throwing around big words. And see, if you don't take the time to really get into the meaning of those words and ideas and concepts that people are saying, you could easily be caught up. And what I'm saying is, that's just one thing. That's just one thing. I'm saying, beware of the redefinition of a lot of things. Kind of the renaming of things. And then how that renaming, got a little bit different connotation on it. It means something a little bit different. They see people of color means something a little bit different than black people. Think about it. If you sit there and think about it, you think about a whole bunch of things that's been redefined. See, because once they take it to the ultimate level, see, they can start defining for you who your friends is or who your enemies is. Things of that nature. See, like in my opinion, right? Joe Biden was redefined as a friend to black people. He was redefined as, no matter how bad he did, we gonna redefine, or how they say, here's another thing that goes along with redefining, right? That is more subtle than redefining, a little bit sneakier, right? It's called reframing. Like, you change how you look at it. So we're not looking at Joe Biden for the actual things that he did as a person governing, right? We're not going to look at that. We're going to reframe this, right? As Trump is the worst thing ever, and Joe Biden is the only hope against him. See, when we reframe it like that, see, we got to look beyond that, what happened, because the bigger picture, right? Like I said, reframe it. The bigger picture is that we got to defeat Trump. And I'm not saying whether that's right or wrong. I'm just saying knowledge was happening. So you understand that, they playing certain psychological games. I can't recall the dude. It was a dude, a European, that when he went to Africa, right, he had somebody shoot a gun at him, right? But the dude intentionally missed, of course, right? So the European guy, he fell on the ground and started shaking. And then he got up, right? And he took a bullet out his shoe. And so then the people who saw that, or whoever they communicated with, the legend spread that you can't kill a European. You understand what I'm saying? See, setting the example when they, the different things that they did on the plantation, right? In terms of punishment. See, this is psychological games. See, telling you that no matter how bad stuff is on the farm, you know what I'm saying? Yo, see, I really love you, man. I'm only doing this because I love you, man. And I'm trying to help you be civilized. But if you go out there, then you're gonna run into some other white people that they ain't gonna be nothing nice. That's psychological game. Christianity, that's psychological games. Curse a hand, that's psychological games. And see, you gotta realize that aspect. Because see, niggas playing psychological games and he control your mind, he control your body. So he can make you act and react however he want, right? And have you think it's your idea. And we see that every day all around us. So you gotta observe this stuff because see, that's the people, you thinking the person is under illusion of Christianity. No, they're under illusion of this social construct shit. So you're giving them the wrong medicine. And all these other ideas, right, that put everything in a sequence where knowledge is not first. So here's one thing to try to define what you want to see things how you. I gotta get that. But see, there's still a natural order to the universe. See, otherwise there would be no way to have systems. When we say that the ecosystem, whereas everything that's there is doing a thing, is is whatever it's doing is in support of something else in that system. Even the predators, right, is serving a purpose for the animals that they predate on. What's the word? The animals that they eat. So you can come in, you can call, you know, like I said, at one time, nobody called a lion a lion. But no matter what you call it, the lion's still serving the same purpose, wherever it's at. See, beware of all these different ways. See, because this is how they shape and mold society. Yeah, the animals they prey on. I mean, I definitely, you're right about that. Plastic surgery has redefined what a woman is. If you notice, they haven't been quite as successful at redefining what a man is. I don't know in particular what the reason for that is, but they definitely haven't been as successful. Of course, I don't really think they've been that successful, not to me, in redefining what a woman is. But apparently they have made some strides. They've made some strides in redefining it uh, to the mainstream society. Stuff said it's all a part of keeping the confusion in place to manipulate and use people as tools. Yeah. But the thing is, you have to, uh, you know, when they say they continue daily, one of the things it means is they switch up. They switch up every day. See, the game that you got on to, 20 years ago, that's not the way they pumping it now. Don't fall for the okie doke. What happened to Don Bishop? We usually see Don Bishop late at night. See, a couple of times we have people try to redefine the 5%. Try to have brothers thinking we the Muslim gods. So you know what ends up happening? You know what ends up happening when you fall for the propaganda? I give y'all a clue. It has something to do with today's degree in the 1 to 14. Has something to do with that. That's an open question to the floor. What happens when you fall for the propaganda? See if y'all see the same thing that I see to that question right there in terms of why it's important to not fall for it. And see, when you listening, apply the supreme mathematics. Don't just hear the person. See, as that sound goes through my auditory canal, hits the little bones, vibration, the hairs, all of that is going through a filter of supreme mathematics. to see what by the time it registers in my brain, what you're saying either makes sense or it don't. To getting bullshit past that filter is extremely difficult. Like you gotta catch me when I'm tired or something, or you know, you gotta use some. You gotta find it's difficult with me. So if I could say you exile yourself from civilization, I mean that's uh, that's definitely that's in the pocket. See, when people say stuff to me that don't make sense, I'm saying nothing about me. I got a bypass button. If you say something to me, and it make like a little bit of sense where I can work with you, that's one thing. But if it's like total nonsense, then I hit the bypass button. Goes right past my brain and out the other. And like I remember that you said something to me about that, but it's just like, yeah, I can't recall what you said, but I just recall it was something I didn't want to pay attention to. But I recall you said something like that, but I don't know. See, the body can't go past 6. I ain't really got, 7.5 ounces of brain is a lot, but I don't really have space to be wasting on some shit. Like shit that I don't know, like I know they exist, like the Kardashians or something. Like I know they exist, but I don't, like all the different stuff. Like, yo, did you know that? Nah, I didn't. Cause you gotta think, it takes time to do the knowledge of things. You gotta learn them. You gotta, you gotta read. I don't have the time. I don't have the time. See, when you fall for the propaganda, right? The people who fall for the propaganda become the 59,999. That's who you become. 59,999 followers who's about to become grafted into whatever's the idea of that person who fed you that propaganda. See what I'm saying? See, that's another kind of propaganda right there. Why is you accusing the righteous and causing chaos and confusion? That's another. Listen. I be telling people, you know, the worst thing in person, one of the worst things people do, and a lot of times they have good intentions. There's like a sidebar, but you just reminded me of something that people do. You know when people say some shit like, "Yo, saying, you know about YSU, right?" Be like, nah, what about YSU? Be like, yo, son, I was around YSU cribs every day, son. Oh man, yo, son, you don't know? Nah, I ain't even gonna tell you, son. I ain't even gonna tell you, son. I'm just gonna say, son, say YSU, yo. Now, you just left the door open. Hey man, you like, wait, what happened? And you went over there and he was a male prostitute? Like what happened? I'm just fucking with you, YSU. You know what I'm saying though? Don't you hate when people do that? And that's their fourth degree in the motherfucker. When somebody do that, right? Always pull their coat and just let them know that look, that's what the devil was doing when just pull their coat. You know what I mean? Lightly and polite. Off to the side. You know that's that Yakub shit, right? Directly. So my bill said dudes is doing that. I thought that was a female tendency. Chatty patty type cats. I mean, uh, you know, let me not even. You know, I already then got kicked out of the. You know, I got. I don't know what's the deal with my status of my hotel card. Yeah, but you know, is one of things uh that you've seen in the past, right? Where it's like, yo, motherfucker be like, yo, motherfucker right here needs a trader. They what he did, he's traded. You know what I'm saying? Well, how you traded, God? Disrespect the laws of mathematics. You know what I'm saying? Sprinkle a little hate on people like that. Now, do you think it's situations where, yeah, men. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But to me, it's just that's the worst part. Like just tell me the fucked up shit. Like just whatever it is. See, because I'm see, you talking to the Christ. Like my imagination is wild. Like, don't leave it up to my imagination. Don't just whatever's fucked up. Look, I can. If you just tell me, I can see if you just leave it. It's the it's the open-ended accusation. You know what I'm saying? Yo, son, I just seen this little big head nigga over there by your building, son. I know he ain't down with your team. What he was doing? Yeah, I don't know, son. I seen 5 fiends around the nigga, son. it's the it's the open-ended part of the accusation. That's how people get killed. The floods, yeah, I actually just saw uh in the paper today that it was some areas where it was like kind of like supremely twisted, you know what I'm saying? Uh Fortunately, I wasn't in one of those areas. You know what I'm saying? Where, I was able, I got wet up. I definitely I got caught in a part of it, but nothing to that nature. You know what I'm saying? Nothing like it's not. I'm sure there's some places in the city where what I'm saying they could uh have issues with the electricity or water. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully not. But yeah, I saw in the news today where it was some areas that got really hit. But like I was saying, those areas, uh, they historically, either low-lying areas of the city or areas of the city that is built on field and swamp. But I'm surprised more people don't know. I know a lot of people like that have to tell them. But you're right though. Uh, Self-help builder, it is something that like a type of gossip, thing. Like, yo, like, yeah, you hear women saying that type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Where you at? Yeah, come see me, man, so I can tell you the dirt on this person right here. It ain't on top. They're like, yeah, I don't like that. You know what else I hate? When somebody call you, right? And they be all hysterical. And so you don't know what the news is now that they call to tell you. So then you start thinking of all the things that where it's like, listen, man, just tell me what happened. I guess I'm just not one for the suspense. Yeah, they definitely dangerous. But like I said, a lot of them, they have uh kind of good intentions where they like, well, yo, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, or, if you don't know, I don't want to be the person to spread it. But it's like, yo, why you said anything for the jump? You should have just not said that. Hey, once you left it open ended, it's like, especially don't come around to 5%, say nothing like that. I got another link too that I'm gonna post in the I'm gonna post it in the community tab. We're not gonna go over it in the in the uh in the class days. We probably get into that on Wednesday. I'm not gonna tell you what it is. But yeah, I'm gonna post it in the next couple of days. I don't know. Are we doing class Monday? Is Monday Labor Day? I don't celebrate the holidays, so I'll be losing track. I just found I think Monday's Labor Day. Are we doing class? Yeah, trust. And I'm not saying that uh it ever was a time where you could trust everybody. You know what I'm saying? But not being able to trust anybody, that's something different. You know what I mean? But it became a liability, you know, in the world that we exist in right now. You know, like we live in a world where you know, trust is not really a, you know, trust is looked at as being stupid. You know, but we live in a world where, you know, the person who betrays their friend is seen as smart. You know what I'm saying? And the person, you know, who trusted the person that they came out the sandbox with is going to be seen as stupid. You know, so you got people that kind of grow up in that type of paradigm. Uh, you end up with that what they call that thing? Game theory. Has anybody ever looked up game theory? What it's about and the origin of it? It's supposed to be a way to predict the outcome of, you know, the interaction between people. But Devon said, everything in life taught me not to go with trust. If it probably can't go wrong, it probably will go wrong. I mean, you know, we live in that type of environment. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying that, like, you know, everything is broken down. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, even the family unit. But I'm saying that, you know, even if it's just your family, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, if we go out hunting, right? You know, we gotta trust each other depending on what level of weapons we got and you know, what level of animal we try to take down. Yeah, there's gotta be some trust involved, man, that we all gonna do what we gotta do at the time we gotta do it. You know what I'm saying? But you know, we in an environment now where it's like the Matrix. You know what I'm saying? Where everybody's connected to the same machine, right? You remember the scene in the Matrix when Neo woke up, right? And when he woke up, uh uh he was in the pod, and then when he looked around, he seen a whole bunch of other pods. Like everybody was in a pod, but they was all connected to the same machine. And so there's no bond, there's no connection between the people. You know what I'm saying? And to me, that's like a parallel for a lot of things right now. Now, you know, I don't want to get into writers of the Matrix was predicting, where I don't, that's another conversation. But just saying that, even when you look at something like Facebook, or the internet, you know what I'm saying, where you know, uh, everybody's connected to this entity, right? But everybody's alone in their house. You know what I'm saying? Or interfacing it through their own phone. You know what I'm saying? So just like I said just now with that example of hunting, at one time that was our job. Where, the brothers who, that's how they get down. You know what I'm saying? We go out and you know what I'm saying, handle what we got to handle. But see, now everybody got their separate job. You go to the supermarket, you pick out your own meat, you pay your own bill for it. And so, I guess, after doing all that talking, I could put it in a phrase. When you come from a broken society, you know what I'm saying, a society full of broken institutions on top of that, yeah, it's not going to develop. It's not going to develop a lot of trust. Yeah, but see, as you said, you believe in truth, not trust. Uh, you know, truth is the root of trust. See, what's the wordsmith at? What's the wordsmith at? See, if if the wordsmith was here, he would tell you that trust is truth and justice. A bank trust, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, you know, bank trust is you know, that's actually more shaky. Like that's kind of what I'm saying. Is that, when you don't trust none of the people around you, right? That's really uh in this day and time, like unless you a hermit, then that's because you trust in the system. Because that's a horrible existence. Like that's one of them things that, see, there's things in the black community, right, that we started doing out of an emergency situation. And then we normalized the shit, and then even begin to kind of glorify the shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, kind of like chitlins. You know what I'm saying? Where, in an emergency situation where this is all that we got. And this shit is so fucked up that, the least we could do, man, is try to disguise this shit somehow. Now you got motherfuckers travel, miles around just to eat it. But that, is just one of the things where, you're not gonna be able to build unless you have the limitations built in the way limitations is built into the society. You know what I'm saying? Meaning police with guns, et cetera, to basically stop things from happening. You know what I'm saying? But, at one time, that was a virtue. Like that was something that people used to brag about. That you even gotta lock your door around here. Like nobody went hungry around here. Somebody was hungry, we chipped in, you know what I'm saying, and made sure they was all right. See, because at the end of the day, that's what a bank trust is. Or what a trust is in general. Different people coming together, you know, uh, and creating this one entity in trust for all of them. But it's just, it's a couple of things, man, that, I see that, I could just say, in my little bit of time, I seen society, just change in certain ways, and a lot due to what I was saying, the different propaganda that's out there. The different ways they get into your mind. Like I said, now they use that particular phrase, but getting into your mind to redefine, how you see things, and then redefine how you behave in those arenas. You know what I'm saying? Or around those things, around those concepts and ideas. When you come in tune with them. I see the distinction that you're making it. Saying that you don't trust a person, you know what they do. Uh, you know, we gotta continue daily. said his word is born in agreement based on trust or degrees of trust, meaning someone gives their word and you trust they'll uphold it? No. See, because that's see that kind of like, I promise you, that's the same thing as like I swear to God. It's you kind of mixing other things in with uh word is born. You know what I'm saying? It's not really, I mean, like that's stupid. I give you my word and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just, like, I see what you're saying. Uh, but it's like, I guess you can see it like, but see, once you say it, that's when it becomes phony. Like, yeah, we make an agreement, word is bond, but not because, you know, you said word is bond after you said it. Word was already bond when you said what you said. You ain't had to say word. Once you said word is bond, now you messed it up. Now you made it some childhood step on the crack, break your mother's back type shit. You know, if I'm lying, God strike me down. See, because at the end of the day, see, now you start getting to what the God is saying. Like, if I gotta ask you, if you tell me something and I gotta ask you, word is bond. Like, I ain't talking about as a figure of speech. Sometimes you might tell me some shit that I wasn't expecting to hear, and I'll be like, word. That's one thing. But I'm saying, you know, if you say, yo, uh, if I say loan me $10, right? And you say, when you gonna pay me back? And I say next Friday. And you say, word is bond? Yeah, see, you shouldn't give me $10. You see, once you saying that, yeah, you went off the deep end. Not quite as far as, to swear to God, uh, just like that kind of path off the deep end. That's something different. You know what I'm saying? You know, but even once how they say something is like mundane and vulgar, like where you know what I'm saying, like, don't use the Lord's name, don't use Jesus' name in vain type shit. See, the word is God, and God is the light of men, and that is made flesh through our existence and our manifestations in and through this existence. That's what the word is born. See, when you start saying, I promise you, and I swear to God, and mixing that with word is born, is you can't say it totally doesn't apply, but it's vulgar and mundane. No, trust is not faith. So you you may be mixing faith with trust. See, I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna give you. It took me a second. I was sitting there thinking, look, I got a perfect situation for you. I got a perfect situation for you, right? On the difference between faith, trust, and knowledge, right? When you send your kids outside, see, when you send your kids outside, I'm, uh, perfect example of you don't know what they about to do. You might send them outside Christian, and they come back in the house telling you the 85% and they're the true living God of the universe. You don't know, right? Now, I don't have faith in them, right? Because it's not just based on belief. I taught them things. Taught them things about themselves. I taught them things about the environment that they're going to go into. So I don't have blind faith, but I trust, right, that they're going to do the right thing. But you can't know, because every every fruit falls from the tree. It's just a matter of how far. See, some fruit fall from the tree, but it fall too close to the tree. So it's up under the shadow of the tree and don't never develop into a seed. I mean, into they don't develop into another tree itself. Seeds. Some fall before they ripe. Some fall when they overripe. And you can look at every family. You can look at families that where they got the same knowledge and wisdom, same mother and father, grew up in the same house. You know what I'm saying? And have vastly different outcomes. And that ain't always happen, because the people only have faith. But it's just an example of something that has to exist, in order for, whatever group, whether it's a family, all the way up to society, that has to exist. See, because, here's another example, right, of how you can tell that we use faith and trust differently. You know, if a person says they have faith in something, they have faith in this person, that, you know, uh, this this drug addicted person, I have faith in you, that you're really gonna kick this time and do the right thing. And, I could leave you in my house with my valuables. I have faith in you, right? Most people would say, yo, yeah, that person ain't they good hearted. You know, they always try and help somebody, man. They gonna, that person is fucked up, man. Why they do that person like that, man? That person help anybody, you know. But see, if you tell them, if the same person say, yeah, I left I left this drug addicted person in my house with my valuables because I trusted him. They say, you stupid. You gave away your shit. The fuck you gonna trust is different. Trust is not based on, like I said, there's people that confuse it. You know, some people confuse being manipulated by somebody with love. Like every day, you got people that they join different things, whatever it is. You go to Hollywood and you join the Hollywood thing, whatever it is. And the people say, yeah, yo, you know what I'm saying? We gonna invite you over here to this and over here. Now, you thinking that they doing that because they want you to be down with them. But really they just manipulating you. And you don't have no reason to really think that. So you really have faith in these people. You don't really trust them. That's not really what you're doing. So you trust something because you know the truth of it, a trusted source. You know, you don't have, you know, a faithful source. Well, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, Devon, is that, not having trust, is is a uh it's a a result of coming from broken societies. See, because ultimately you gotta remember something. if you don't have trust, right? If you don't trust anybody, see, that's going to start to determine something about who you are. And it may even already be speaking volumes about who you are. See, that's why people always get caught slipping. I ain't gonna say always, but the large percentage of the time, people get caught slipping because you can't catch them when they in that mode. Something has to cause them to relax their guard. You said, is there a psychological term for those who don't trust? Paranoid? I don't know. I'm sure it is. You said, is trust a feeling or a fact? I think trust is a state of being. I'm just telling you, uh, it's hard to steal something from a thief. It's hard to con a con man. It's not impossible. But see, because he's a con man, he's constantly looking for the con. If you a stick up kid, you constantly on the lookout for somebody trying to stick you up because that's what you know what you be doing. So now everybody you see that might resemble something that you doing, you on point about that. They didn't see on another day when you just was going to the store over there, you had your slippers on, that's when they catch you. See, dude be all G'd up, you know, he's banging to the max. You can't really, when he's on the block, he ready. Catch you with your girl now. So see, a lot of times, you know, not trusting somebody can be indicative that you're not trustworthy. And then even on the other side of that coin, right? If you don't trust anybody, right, then you're you're going to be kind of prone and inclined to be shady. See, let's say we have a collective uh we have a society, a group or whatever, right? We got a village and we got a collective basket of apples that, the village, we collect the apples and we put them in here, and then everybody, gets enough apples for them to, feed their family, do whatever they got to do, right? Now, see, if you don't trust anybody, right, then you're not going to trust the other people to only take the apples they need. And then what's going to happen is you're going to take all the apples. See, that is I know it could be a strange concept, but I'm telling you, I noticed that about people. Like, that's the actual science right there. It's called, I think, the problem of the commons. And that particular example, or that kind of example, right, is used as an argument against socialism. That people are inherently selfish and untrustworthy. And so any type of thing that you try to establish with people dealing with equality is never going to work. The only thing that can work is if everybody is acting on their own behalf. You can never build any type of equality. It's also the science that also whenever you look up that science of game theory, you see that science is in there too. You know, and one of the things in game theory was that whenever they kept playing it out, the dude always decided like they was doing they was kind of playing out the Cold War. You know what I'm saying? Between America and Russia. And dude always came to the conclusion, yo, hit Russia with all the nuclear bombs we got. And that was the logic behind it, that people are inherently untrustworthy. And so, they're going to do it. So you might as well do it first. A while ago, there was a kind of, I guess, a theory of ancient peoples saying that people today are shady, right? Or, to have you just manifested it of saying, people are untrustworthy, right? Because they descend from people that were shady. That there was people that if they found some food or something, they kept it for themselves, and that's the reason why they survived. And whoever was the nice guys, they didn't live to reproduce because the shady guys took everything. That might be the case in Europe. But it's a trust, I would say, it's a state of being. It's a state of being, So like I said, if trust, uh, you know, just in a lot of ways, without trust, it causes a lot of disruptions. See, children that can trust their parents, right? They're not gonna get in as much stuff. Like, if they trust that there's gonna be dinner there, if they trust that they're gonna get school clothes, if they trust, that they're gonna get boots and a winter coat and all of that, then they not gonna hit the streets and do a lot of things that young brothers do. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, it's we live in a society right now where it's definitely a principle that can't be applied across the board. But I don't believe in I don't believe, period. But I'm just saying, in terms of everything being preordained, you know, like because Allah existed in the year 1964, that necessarily the knowledge was going to get to right now in 2021. Like now, people had to step up and see some of the people that you would have thought would have stepped up, right? Didn't step up like that. Some of the people that you would have just knew, they would have been one of the top, people keeping this thing going, disappeared and was never seen from again. And some people that was like, oh shit, who you talking about? That used to be over there. Word, that's yeah, him. He stepped up and took the lead. Yeah, but like I said, that's just one. That's one. Friendships, right, is one kind of relationship where trust, uh, is important. You see, there's some relationships, right? Like, look, when you driving on the highway, right? You driving on the highway, and the other people on the highway, they're your fellow commuters. You see, you know, you really, which you already got to trust them more than much. I mean, I suppose, you trust, that they not gonna just, get on the highway and ram into you. But it's not the same. It's not, what I mean, uh, like trusting somebody to watch your child or something. I mean, see, that's what I'm saying. See, the the people that you're talking about, right? Uh, you had faith in them. You didn't have trust. See, because if you're saying that, you know, this is what I'm saying. See, just like you said, you put your money in the bank trust. That's because you trust that in the future, when you come there, they'll have your money. See, you don't have to trust the past, but see, trust, right, is based on some kind of pattern. Like there's some kind of pattern there. Like this is what I'm saying, right? When you went to the hospital, right? When you got injured a little while ago, so you trusted that the people at the hospital knew what they was doing. But you didn't do that blindly. It wasn't based on faith. It wasn't like, yo, you just went to this person over here that said he was a doctor. Man, you went to the official place where, this is a hospital, and the people that work here, y'all supposed to have some type of you know, process where y'all make sure this person is official. Now, at that moment, you don't got time to call up Harvard and be like, yo, what's this nigga GPA? So, like I said, you can't say because you didn't show and prove for yourself. But I also wouldn't say that you just had faith because you still based the decision on knowledge. Like somebody, like, listen, you know, I trust, I trust Kevin Durant to take the last shot. I don't know he's gonna make it, but based upon how I seen you get down over the years, I trust you to do that. Now, if you're just saying that, yo, you know, you came to the supermarket, you know what I'm saying, and uh, you had your wallet, but you forgot your keys in the car. So then this man that was standing there just said, yo, I'll hold the wallet for you while you go get the keys. And you didn't know him. All right, now if you trust him, that's stupid. Yeah, knowledge is the foundation. But things that's happening in real time, you know, uh, you can't uh you can't know the outcome. Otherwise, why go through the motion? We already know things is already, to me, that was a part of Christianity, that God already knew Adam was going to eat the apple. Then what the fuck are we going through this shit for? But that, I'm just telling you, you know, we can move on, but I would consider that mindset. You know what I mean? Because uh on some levels, right? Uh, you know, lack of trust and fear could be related. In some instances, in some examples, lack of trust and fear could be related. They're not always related. I cannot trust you because I don't know you. You said, if I know you a good math teacher, I damn near almost know. Yeah, see, damn near almost knowing and knowing is not the same. See, that's why the word that you use there is not damn near almost knowing, it's trust. Is that I know you and I know what you do. And so this endeavor right here, right? No matter how it comes out. See, I get send my child to the math class, right? And he might don't learn math good. But then we might find out that the reason he don't learn that good is because uh he can't see. I've seen that happen since I was in elementary school. We was a kid and everybody thought he was dumb. And then the teacher put his desk up in the front of the class. That was the problem the whole time. He couldn't see. Just saying that that's a variable. That's a variable that the teacher couldn't control. But see, the fact that you trust the teacher makes it easier to pinpoint the problem because you're like, all right, well, look, I know the teachers. So let's see, what else could be the problem. See, that's what I'm saying. It's a thousand variables that we, what I'm saying, gotta live mathematics out through. See, like I give you a good example, right? Where trust could be related to fear, right? Yeah, you doing crazy shit when you little, and you like, yo, we about to jump from this roof to that roof or something, or some crazy shit, right? Now, if you an athletic type of person and you run and jump across things and all that type of stuff all the time, right? Then you got a certain confidence in what you can do. And so you would jump over there. But see, somebody who's not certain of what they could do, see, they don't trust themselves. They scared to jump over there. See, that's what I'm saying. Trust is not even the outside people. Some people don't trust themselves. People listen. You know how people be like, yo, can you hold this money for me? Yeah, I need you to save this money. They don't trust themselves. So it's not just, you know, your friends, your fellow gang members, yeah, this may be a bad trust proposition, possible. You see, even your own self. People that do all types of stuff because they don't trust their own self. You said if you're the landlord and I rent you a lab and tell you I trust the roof, yeah, but see, that's lying. See, that's what I'm saying. This is what I mean when I say it's the broken world that you coming from that's causing you not to trust or to, look at trust in that way. Like that's not trust. That's lying. See, the reason why you sign a lease agreement, a contract is because this ain't about trust. This business. That's what I'm saying. You mixing up what trust really is with a whole bunch of other things. You say, uh, the pastor said, don't trust the flesh. Look, that's exactly what I mean. There's people that don't trust themselves to do a whole bunch of stuff. It's not just that, like I said, that's a way that it's been commonly applied, and it's one of the more frequent examples, of trust is in these, friendship uh examples, you know what I mean? But like I said, when you try to spread it out, it's, you uh you said you looked it up. You looked up what? Yeah, you held their money because they trusted you and they didn't trust themselves. But it's just one of the things. I'm just telling you, man. You, I don't get caught up in these sayings. You know, don't trust nobody. You know, uh, somebody got to earn my respect. Now you got to earn my disrespect. See, when a person, like I said, see, I trust myself. So when a person come around me, right? See, I already know my examination process. See, I trust that. That if you get past that, right, then you a certain kind of individual. Like that's my default state is that part of me getting to know you is going to build trust. My default state is respect. Like, I don't go around disrespecting people. I had a conversation with somebody that today, like, yo, people just think that's cute or something. You just be disrespectful. Like, my default state is respect. Like, you gotta do something, right, to make me disrespect you. Like, I don't, I just don't walk around thinking like that. When I say something about somebody, I'm not gonna, pick the worst thing about them. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you say, yo, that person right there, but so my the big fat one. Like, I'm not going, you know what I'm saying? Well, it's certain shit that's like, you think you're saying something about other people, but you're saying something about yourself. To see all of these and a lot of these things come from the street and they serve us well in those broken situations, in those emergency situations that we've normalized. They've served us well. But see, you got to look at where you was at when that served you well. See, like, what you doing, like, this ain't jail. See, you got people in jail all the time. Yeah, certain shit that served you well in jail, but this not jail. So by the same token, yeah, that type of thing will serve you well, right? If you in an inner city environment filled with thieves and rapists and murderers. But if you try and build a righteous society with that same type of mindset, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. See, just like you already said, you can't apply that same science to your family. But at the end of the day, the family keeps extending. You know what I mean? You got the parents and the brothers and the sisters, you know. Then you got the cousins and the aunts and the uncles, and as it expands out, you get to, communities, villages, bands, cities, cultures, et cetera, et cetera. I ain't saying nothing about you saying that you against the world. You said that you don't trust, and you equated trust to belief, and you said that you got to know. But what you haven't told me is how you know the future. Like, when you can tell me that you know the future, then you can tell me that you don't trust. I'm just saying that the things you saying, those are buzzwords. Those are, these are sayings. And if you're gonna say that the same way you apply it to your family is not the way you apply it to your friends, then that means it's not the law. You're not applying the consistency because it's not a law. It's a rule in a world that you exist in. No, no, no. What I'm telling you is, you said yourself, right? You said if everybody had the upbringing that you had, they wouldn't trust. Okay, who you grew up around? The righteous? You grew up around the righteous, and that's what taught you not to trust? Maybe that's what I was. Let me ask you that. Who, what environment is this that you grew up in, right? Where you learn not to trust nobody? No, 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 no. I'm asking a question. Well, we on a lag time, so I'm gonna ask a question again. What environment was this? Who was in that environment? What kind of people was in this environment? What kind of things were happening that caused you not to trust? See, because what you're really saying, what you're describing is naivete. See, a person being naive, right? And a person having trust, right, in people and uh uh processes that have shown and proven themselves is something totally different. Like if you just saying, yeah, you just believe everything somebody say, yeah, no, that's not what trust is. Link, you still gonna say the same thing? No, I'm asking you what you mean. I see when you say something, right? Like if you speak Spanish, right? Then I don't know what you're saying because I don't have any way of comprehending it. So you say what you say, right? And then I got to deal with language comprehension. I'm saying that what you have described is naivete. You have not described trust. You said trust does not apply to your family. I mean, uh, do you have children? All right. Now, how old is your son? Your mic is off. Your mic is muted. As soon as you get in, I would like you to answer the question: has your son ever misbehaved? And if you knew he was going to misbehave before he misbehaved, and if you did know he was going to misbehave before he misbehaved, why didn't you stop him from misbehaving? I don't know what's going on. This mic is muted. I don't know how I got it. I don't got it a lot. You must have clicked something. I don't even know how to like it. See, try it again.
Yo,
All right, yeah.
peace, guy.
Mm-hmm.
I got asked a lot of questions. So I'm gonna start with the ones I remember. Okay, so I got asked, do I got a child? Yeah, I got a child. He's 4. Well,
4.
he's about to be 4 in December 28th. No, I don't know what they're gonna do before they do it. And that's not what I mean by knowledge, guy. Like,
No. Hold on. This is what I'm saying. Now, what is the word that you use for the confidence that you had that he wasn't going to misbehave?
well, what about the not misbehaving now?
What is the word that you use for the confidence that you had that he wouldn't misbehave?
I didn't say nothing. I didn't answer no question about that in the comments.
No, I'm asking you now.
What do you mean? You said what is the word for what now?
What is the word that you use for the confidence that you
Oh,
had that he wouldn't misbehave?
see, that's the thing, G. I don't even worry about that type of stuff. Like that's like stuff like that. I worry about the bridge when I cross it, guy. Like that's why knowledge is so important to
No,
me.
no, 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 no.
No, you got hold on. You got to because I asked you I asked you was was trust a feeling or an actual fact, and you chose to answer your own way. And I ain't say nothing about that because I asked this or that question. I ain't say how you define it. Because see, the reason why I asked that because I want to narrow it down real quick. Because trust is a feeling, guy. Let's just be honest. I ain't trying to be funny at all. I'm not trying to diss nobody, homies. I'm not trying to diss There's nobody right hand man. I ain't never said don't trust nobody. I ain't never said niggas ain't to be trusted. I ain't never said black people won't come together. I ain't never said nothing like that, right? But those
Hold
are
on,
the
hold on,
those,
hold
hold
on,
on, hold
hold
on,
on,
hold
hold
on.
on, hold on,
Those
hold on.
examples
No,
that
wait,
you
I
were
gotta ask you a
using.
question. Ask your question. Because you said a feeling, right? Now it's
Yeah,
two different types of feelings. You got the feeling of your skin, right? The sense of touch, right? And then you got feelings like emotions.
that can change, indeed.
Okay, hold on. Now, which feelings? Which one are you talking about?
Oh, I mean things that could change. A feeling, like something that could
Listen,
change.
listen. No, hold up, hold up. We since we being we you feelings. Do you mean the sense of touch, or do you mean emotions?
You said, do I mean like, oh no, no, I mean emotions. I'm definitely talking about emotions.
Okay, okay. So now, tell me how trust feels. Like, does it feel warm and fuzzy? Does it feel? Does it feel hot? Does it feel cold? Is it painful? How does trust feel?
It feels like you could just fall back and somebody go catch you.
Wait, how does that feel?
Hey, it hurts because sometimes it's gonna hurt because people are not gonna catch you how you think.
No, no, no. That's people not catching you that hurts. I'm
Oh yeah.
saying, how does the trust feel before that happens?
I
See, that's disappointment.
a
See,
feeling.
disappointment is the emotion you will feel after the reality of you not getting caught. But I'm saying before that happens, how does the trust feel?
So that's the thing. Like when I know that's the thing, like I don't have to deal with trust itself. Like not saying that I don't trust it, or not saying that how people deal with trust. I don't do that with people. I deal with knowledge though, because knowledge goes a
No, no,
little
no, no,
deeper.
no, no. I
Hold on,
want you
hold
to
on, come
explain to
on.
me how trust is an emotion.
No,
So what I'm
no, I'm
saying
trying
is
to what I'm trying to explain is the same way people use belief. I don't, that's the same way I'm seeing trust. Like I don't have
right,
to use it.
and I'm asking
Got
you
something that's more
to
powerful than that, which is knowledge. Like you can know how somebody is, you can know what they're capable of. Like that's the whole reason why I like you was like, oh, do you trust somebody with your children? I would be like, I've been around them with my kid. My child trusts himself with them. You feel me? Like that's how I would deal with it. Like I'm around them. We're all around. My child wants to be around them more than he wants to be around me. You feel me? So like that's how I would be dealing with it, not looking at people out the corner of my eye and squinting my eye at everybody and thinking that like nobody, I'm not going around nobody, I'm not looking nobody way. It's like when you like removing trust from my vocabulary, the same way as moving like belief from my vocabulary. So I'm just requiring a higher standard that people were required for like religions or belief,
okay.
right? Like
So
people
now
have to
this is what
believe
I'm
in
saying. Hold
something.
up, hold up, hold up. So what is the word you replaced it with?
Oh, I just deal with knowledge. Like I know what somebody capable of. You feel me? I know
Yeah,
what
but
somebody
see
not
that
capable of.
that's a this is a funny statement because
And
see,
then it's experiences.
hold up,
That's
wait a
different.
minute. Why is it a funny statement?
Why is it a funny statement?
Because anybody is capable of anything. Like this, what somebody capable of?
After I've seen it, yes. Because like, I mean, what are
No,
we
no, no,
talking
no,
about?
no, no.
Capable of cooking or capable of singing? Because everybody ain't capable of everything. Now, if you're talking about negative things like squeezing the trigger,
Wait,
that's something easy.
what? So wait. You.
I mean, I'm not saying like I'm just easily gonna take no life. I'm saying that's an easy
No,
function
no, 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 no.
capability, right?
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Hard self.
What I'm saying is that anybody is capable of anything. Like that's when you say, how do you define
Oh
capability?
man, some people ain't capable of cheating, guy. Some people ain't
Huh?
capable of doing you in. Some people ain't capable of shooting you in the back when you turn your back, guy.
Why not? They don't
It's just
have a
not.
hand with fingers.
Yeah, they have a hand with fingers, but that hand
Okay,
with fingers will never reach up.
then they're
That hand with fingers.
capable of it. No, no, no,
Come
no,
on,
God.
man. Where
They're
you go? I mean,
God.
you can have a conversation with yourself. I ain't
See.
tripping.
This is why you don't understand what trust is. This is why you don't understand what trust is, because anybody is capable of anything. So that's like when people say, "Yo, my dog don't bite." Then how the fuck does he eat? How the fuck does he eat if he don't bite?
You got dogs?
No, I don't have dogs.
Okay.
But if you tell me the dog don't bite, I'm going to ask you, how does the dog eat? He's capable of biting someone. Maybe it won't be, maybe, it might be an accident. He might thought, you might came in there with some funny smell on you or something. You understand what I'm saying? Is that his normal that he usually do? Do you trust him to not have to lock him up when company come? Yes. But to say he's not capable of biting somebody, no, guys, you're not being realistic. You're not being realistic. The nature of dogs is to bite shit.
Capability also has to do with somebody's mental capacity too, guy.
Yeah, right. You have the capacity. Hold up. You have the capacity and the ability. That's what capability means. So like I said, when you said a person can't shoot me in the back, I said, why, they don't have a hand with a finger?
And you know what?
Because if they have a hand with a finger, they can.
Not the person not the person I just left from with earlier today. No. Because see, I'm reflecting on specific people, right? Like maybe if I came to now, why maybe it's like that.
You listen, with a finger. You don't want to use the word. You don't want to use the word.
No,
but
I don't.
You trust that person. That's the bottom line. You trust that person. You may not want to use the word, but see, you telling me that this is not possible. Either you trust that person or you're delusioned yourself right now.
See, look, that's the thing though. Knowledge like surpasses trust. Like trust will be engulfed within that knowledge. G. You know what I'm saying? Like where it starts and where it ends at, you'd be like, you knew this and you knew the different things that even happened afterwards. So it's just like how we don't use belief, guy. Like a religious person gonna argue you down.
No.
Belief is so real.
Hold up. Wait. But here's the thing. What's the word that you replace belief with?
Knowing, knowledge.
Nah, I didn't replace belief with nothing. I just took it out. The most you will hear me say is I don't believe, right? And then when I think about it, I always wish I really don't believe nothing. So it's really like a moot statement for me to even say. I didn't replace it with anything because the definition of belief and the definition of knowledge is two different things. You can't use knowledge in the place of belief. Well, you can't say that Christians knowledge God.
No, that's facts. That's facts. What you're saying. That's facts.
You could say they believe in God.
What I did, the reason why I say I replaced it, it's not like they're interchangeable things and they mean the same thing. It's the fact that now, since I know I'm aware of knowledge, like I can't go for belief no more. And that's the same thing with trust. Like now that I know what it means to have knowledge of something, I'm not like just going just with trust no more. And maybe it is with naivety. The thing is, those things is tied closely together, whether you want to admit it or not. You know, being naive about something to trust somebody, like that's the same.
No.
Look, hold on, let me say this. The reason why I'm thinking it, and I'm gonna shut up because I'm not trying to take up the whole air and take up all the room to build. One thing I have thought a lot in my life was, damn, that was dumb as hell what I did that I knew better than doing, and it had to do with me trusting something and just trusting it. So
no, it had to do with you being naive because you just said you didn't know. See, trusted, huh?
I said I knew better. Like, oh, I knew I shouldn't have came out here on my bike, ended up getting a flat tire or something. Like I didn't know I was gonna get no flat tire, but I knew I shouldn't have went no 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 miles away from the rest at 8 years old.
Okay, but with that guy, you gotta draw the straight line to trust.
That's just different. That's just different stuff. Like just knowing better. That's all I was. No, I was talking about knowing better. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, knowing better. This is what I'm saying. Knowing the principles, right? That is about to go into something, and knowing the outcome is two totally different things. It's two totally different things. Like this is what I'm saying. You could cook a recipe, right? You could make a cake by a recipe that you made it 100 times, right? But then you don't know that somebody's gonna call you with an emergency, right? And you're gonna leave it in there a little bit too long. It's not gonna come out the way it usually come out. So some of the things that you saying that you basing it on knowledge, Yeah, you base it on the knowledge and wisdom that you starting that cipher from.
Yeah.
But I'm saying when you dealing with
Yeah,
the
I would say back
outcome,
to that.
God, listen to what I'm saying. When you hear a person say, look, you know, a person has a trusty companion, a trusted companion. This is a person that has shown and proven in the past.
Trusted thing. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a person. This is not a person that you just, well, I met the person at camp and we was cool. So, I told him all the shit about me.
Yeah. No, that's
No,
fair.
that's naive. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or if you knew better, right? But you was under the impression that, yeah, see, them old niggas that was doing the same shit I'm doing and they got life, yeah, see, they not as smart as me and shit. You understand what I mean? See, I know. See, I see how they got caught up. See, that can never happen. See, that's naive. You're not really trusting.
So would you say that trust is anything other than a strong belief in something?
No. I'm saying that trust is confidence in the outcome based on the knowledge of the principles involved, meaning the
Oh,
people
so
that's doing the
I can see that
situation that
because
needs
you've
to
been
be
assured.
accomplished. And hold up, the people that's doing it, the situation that needs to be accomplished in the opposition that's involved. So it could be,
People did
right
things
now.
to assure you that they're going to
Huh?
do what they're going to do. People did things to assure you they're going to do what they're going to do what you think they're going to do, right? Or am
Exactly.
I wrong?
Like, see, listen, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. If remember the other day when I was saying that, I don't know if you was on, and I was saying that we had went down they was going to try to auction the school, right?
Mm-hmm.
And uh you know, somebody had to go up there. They was like, look, we're gonna let one person come up here and speak, right? Now there was a lot of good speakers there. You know what I mean? Big Head Colleen was there. He's a good speaker. But see, we don't trust him like Dumont to go up there and say the accurate, specific drop. See, he'll get up there and get emotional, start grandstanding, because that's the type of speaker he is. That's one of the reasons he's a powerful speaker, because he can, spark all this emotion. But see, that's we in court. We don't need that. We need a precision master like Dumont. We trust him to everybody. Yeah, we trust him to say based upon what they did. That's when you trust in somebody.
I got a question.
The other shit, you having faith or being naive.
Now I get what you're saying about the naive. Um, I think that's tied to belief too, just like trust is tied to belief, and not even trying to just like drag out the conversation. It's just that I know what I'm seeing with the word trust. Like, so with trust, you saying absolutely sure when you use the word trust, because that's what I'm saying when I use the
I'm
word
saying
knowledge.
this.
And
I'm
if it ain't
saying this.
I'm saying if it ain't absolutely
Read the
sure, I don't
definition.
start. I
Read the
did.
definition of trust again.
Okay,
I'm saying out loud.
I am. Firm belief in the reliability, truth, ability, or strength of someone or something.
All right. Now,
It says,
someone, hold on. Someone or something.
yep, the belief
Right?
in the reliability, truth, ability, or strength of, yeah,
Now
someone or
look. Now look. They're using the word belief because you
something.
cannot know the outcome, right? But what you can know is the someone and the something. And see, based upon that knowledge, what I'm saying is this. right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, let's say there's a boxing match, right? It's, uh, today I don't know who's really
Ain't
who's
nobody ain't nobody relevant today, guys. So you just name
but
anybody.
look, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Right? This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. When Mike Tyson fought Buster Douglas, right?
Indeed.
Most people trusted Mike. People thought Mike was going to win. You could say it's a belief, right? But a belief has no basis in knowledge. When people thought Mike was going to win, it was on the basis of 30 fights with like 26 knockouts, 27 knockouts. So obviously, if he didn't win now, right? On the one hand, you could go, well, you believed he was gonna win. No, I didn't believe shit. This nigga was a nobody, and this motherfucker was one of the greatest champions that existed. You gonna ignore that and say I believed it? Like, no, I believe that God is in the sky, not only with no proof, but with contradictory proof.
That shows right there. Trust don't always end up with 100%. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying about trust. It don't
But
end up
and
100% of the time. That's all I'm saying.
and now we talking
Now
about
it's
the
done.
future. Hold up. All you did now is explain the future. That's all you did. Is that whatever is going to happen is going to be a probability. If we take enough free throws, we're going to make some and we're going to miss some. Wide open shots. We're going to make some and we're going to miss some. Yes, I'm saying. But what I'm saying is this.
Yeah.
It's a technical free throw. It's a technical foul, I mean. Right? It's a technical foul. You the coach. You don't know what's going to happen. Who you sending to the line? Ben Simmons or Steph Curry?
Steph Curry, boy.
Now, you don't know what's going to happen. Are you saying that you believe? Hold up. I'm asking you, would you do that because you believe he's going to make it? Or would you do that based on the knowledge that he's the greatest shooter of all time?
I swear I'm just gonna say like that's because I know I got my best chances with him. I did with chances, It's funny that you said that and painted it that way
Okay.
because
And what are the chances based on?
I'm glad that you asked that. See, my observation, and the statistics, like what's the outcomes that's done happened this many
You
times.
mean you mean the mathematics?
Indeed.
Okay, so if you basing it on mathematics, right, then it can't be
Knowledge.
belief. That's what I'm saying. If you can measure the reason why you did it, then it exists.
Yeah, and oh man, this better come circle back to you, and I ain't even trying to use your words against you. One thing I heard you say a long time ago, you was like, man, one reason what I love about supreme mathematics is even if I'm wrong, I can go back in my math and figure out exactly where I was wrong at and be able to explain to somebody, where I was wrong at and why I was wrong and how I was wrong. And so that's how I'm using it. Like I'm just using it like I did with knowledge first. You feel me? Knowledge at the base.
Mm-hmm.
If it ain't knowledge first, I'm not talking about it. I'm not asking about it. I don't even care about it. I'm not investing no emotion into it. Feel me? I'm not putting nothing behind it. I'm just, if I don't know it, I'm not talking about it. Like UFOs and aliens, it's possible they can exist. People can believe they exist. People can have faith they exist. People can, what's the word? People can trust that they exist. UFOs and all that, right? But if I ain't seen it in front of my face, I don't have to talk about it. That's all I'm saying about first. Like,
but now look, if at the same time, right, if you see some lights in the sky, right, and you don't see that the object, you just see the lights in the sky, right? What would you think it is?
if I just say some lights in the sky, what would I think it is? I don't know. I don't even know if I would even have any thoughts about it. I don't know. Because I don't see it like that, so I don't know. You feel me? I don't know.
You are see most people, right, would think it's an airplane.
I think, yeah, airplane
Yeah,
just flying in the sky.
yeah, not just based on belief, not just that somebody made up, yo, it's raining, so God is peeing. Like you just made that totally the fuck up. It's not in the Bible. It's not. You just made that totally the fuck up. But see, you would think that's a plane based on your knowledge of flying objects.
Yeah.
Like that is totally different. Like when we send people to the Olympics, you don't know what's going to happen, but based on your track record that you already had, you got invited to the Olympic trials. And then based upon your performance there, sometimes we invite people to the Olympic trials, and the person we thought that, you probably end up being an alternate, they end up being the top person. And the person who you thought was going to be the top person, they don't even make it. Remember, that was way back. That you might don't remember. This was back like in the early 90s. It was all these commercials on TV about this dude's named Dan and Dave. Dan, it was all about Dan and Dave. Who's going to win the event? Is it going to be Dan and Dave? And where's Bond? Dan and Dave failed to qualify for the Olympics. Where's Bond? You understand what I'm saying? See, like, look, I'm gonna give you a good example. I'm gonna give you a good example. The difference between trust, right? Between things that's based on knowledge and things that's based on emotion and belief. You see, based on the emotion, right? And just everything, the way it was talking, I'm looking at it like, yo, they robbed this girl, Sha'Carri Richardson. Like, yo, man, she could have won the gold, man. Y'all gonna come at her over something stupid like that. But see, I ain't never seen her run before. I didn't know where she was ranked. I don't know what it wasn't like, back in the days, I knew who Carl Lewis was. I know who Edwin Moses was and all these people. But it's like I said, the word is I can understand, why people who have that concept of believing, right, associate with belief with trust, because like I said, trust is based upon things that we either wasn't there when it happened, right, or it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah. That's all. That's the only reason why I just choose not to deal in it. That's all I'm saying. Not saying I don't trust nobody. I'm just saying I don't use the word.
But God, this is what I'm saying. How you predict history.
I can plan.
Right. So then you do think about things that haven't happened yet. See, because remember, look, here's the thing. You predict history, right? That don't necessarily mean you're going to accomplish that history in this cipher. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's some things. It's not that complex. Like, God, let's be honest. Like, okay, what I was thinking when I even said that was like the perfect example is like if I need to go to the restroom, like where you at? If you in the school, you know where the restroom is from where you at right now. You probably can close your eyes to get to the restroom, guy. That's what I mean. Because you know where it's at. I'm saying you know where it's at.
I understand what you're saying, but that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is this. What I'm talking about
is this. That's what I'm talking about, though. Parcel. I want to hear what you're talking about too, though. Parcel.
This what I'm saying, right? Let's say, you say I'm gonna accomplish whatever AB thing is, right? AB is the thing, I'm gonna accomplish it. You know what I'm saying? I'm setting out to do that this summer right here. I'm gonna accomplish it, right? Now, this summer, something might get fucked up. Like it might be
Yeah. Yeah.
Hurricane Ida might blow through, right? Or maybe something else might happen. Maybe I might zig, I might zag when I should have zigged, right? But then through the science of that, I'm going to learn something. And when I learn that thing, now I'm going to go back and apply that lesson, and then I'll accomplish that thing. You see what I'm saying?
I'm living what you're saying.
Now, hold
Right.
up. Now, hold on. What is the difference, right, between the person who learns something and the person who don't? See, the person who learns something, the person who don't, they had a belief and their belief got disappointed and then they didn't believe it no more.
Right.
But see, the people who really trusted themselves, that knew they had the ability, that really went through the study of what it is that they doing. So they knew that they had the ability to do it. They knew that what they was doing was right. And they went through and realized where they fucked up at, corrected that error, and renewed that history. And came out right. See, that's when you're dealing with trust, right? That's when it's just the same way as dealing with predicting and wishing.
I don't use wish.
Okay, but what's the difference?
I build, I power, I will, or something. I'm not gonna wish. I'm gonna
The
do something.
difference.
Something that puts me in a powerful position, not a powerless position. That's all.
I mean, now don't get me wrong. I do understand what you're saying about the words that you're using having power. But see, that's not the difference. The difference between wishing, right, and predicting is that in predicting, you do something. See, now you got to go out there and live it out. See, I could just sit here, right, and wish, right? And let's not even say nothing that's out of the ordinary. You could be a 6'5" kid in the 9th grade, right? And you wish, you dream you go to the NBA. And look, you got a great chance of going to the NBA if you 6'6" and 6'5" in the 9th grade.
Yeah.
But see, you just wishing and dreaming. You just reading the magazines and watching the mixtapes on YouTube. But see, when you predict it and you like, all right, yo, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I need to have a handle in my game in order to get in there. I need to have a handle in my game. Like, yeah, I got hype. I got to know how to get my own shot. So I'm gonna go out and work on dribbling. I'm gonna actually do something to bring about this idea instead of me just sitting back. That's the difference. See, one is trusting the process, trusting the learning process, the practicing process, the process of
That's the only time I use the
being
word
to involve. Yeah, that's what
That's
trust
the only time I
is.
use the word trust. I be like, trust the process. That's the only time I use the word trust.
Zane, that's the
Don't
only
never say
way.
nothing like trust me. I got
That's
you.
the
Don't
only
never say
way it's
nothing like that.
usable. No, see, that's what I'm telling you. You gotta move away from those swear to God type of things. Those,
That's all it is,
I
man.
I promise,
That's
I
all it
swear
is.
to God, you gotta get away from those types of things.
That's all it is. That's
Trust,
all it is.
trust
Yeah.
really means that listen, we know that the knowledge and wisdom is right and exact. But we know that the activation and the execution, right, is just as important as the knowledge and wisdom being right and exact.
Exactly.
See, no matter how much times you do something, Steph Curry still miss a shot every blue moon.
Oh yeah, I'd rather him miss a shot than what was the other dude name you named?
Right. Ben Simmons. You don't want Ben Simmons up there. I don't trust him. Not because I don't know. I don't trust him because I don't know. I don't trust him because I do know.
Hey, that's what I want missing the shot. If somebody gonna miss a damn shot, it better be Steph Curry. Because he ain't gonna miss too damn many of them damn thing.
Because you trust him.
Well, I would say I know. You know, whereas you using the word trust, I'd be like, I know.
Because the trust is the part that you don't know. But it's based on knowledge.
He done did it so many times.
It's just like, see, this is what I'm saying. You know how you can know what you don't know?
That sounds like faith, but I don't know. No, because I gotta go against, because that's what I was taught against as a newborn. But I guess.
All right, this is what I'm saying. When you didn't know, hold up, wait a minute. When you didn't know 120, right? Did you know you didn't know it?
No.
When you didn't know 120, you didn't.
No. Yes. I know I didn't know 120. I thought you were saying, like, did I know the different things that I didn't know, like in there, like
that's
I know.
Right.
I get what you're saying.
When you started studying 120, you knew that you didn't know 120, right?
Yep.
But hold up. But look, before you got introduced to the 5%, did you know that you didn't know 120?
No.
See, because you didn't have see, now listen, this is what I'm pointing out. That see, knowing what you don't know is based on knowledge. See, you had to know some of 120 or know that 120 existed to know that you didn't know it.
Oh no, true indeed.
See, so other people is playing games of chance out here where you just walk up and down the street and whatever happened. See, I don't necessarily know what's going to happen, right? I can't, I can predict what I'm going to do. I can't predict all the variables or what everybody else is going to do.
Yeah, no, indeed, true indeed. That's all I mean by trust. Put it all the things that I can enforce in my own power, I'm gonna exercise. That's all that means.
In your own power, hold on. But
all
also,
the things that in my power.
Wait a minute. Also, in the eyes, right?
And I'm gonna take responsibility.
Hold on. In the eyes of the other people too. Like, see, look, in New York, right? They instituted, this has been a while now, maybe 15, 20 years. Right? They came in with these tests, right? Like at the end of the third grade, I think it's at the end of the third grade and the end of the sixth grade, where it's like a progress thing, where they test the kids and see if they've been
I'm still here.
and see if they've been picking up the right amount of knowledge. You know what I'm saying? And when my daughter was in the first grade, right, the youngest one, because the situation was so pressurized, because it was a situation where schools could be closed down, teachers could lose their job, so the teachers is all nervous and they passing this nervousness on to the kids or whatever. So I wasn't really thinking about it. And then one day I was talking to my daughter and she was like, yeah, I'm a little bit nervous about that test, you know what I'm saying, but it was still a couple of years away for her and everything, right?
Hey.
So, when she said that, I was like, nah, it's not really for you. The test is going to be easy for you. It's really for the dumb kids.
Yep.
I shouldn't have said dumb kids. You know what I mean? But and I just told her, like, look, we good at
But that's
taking
what you
tests.
gonna tell all of them because in your eyes, ain't none of them dumb kids for real. You feel me? That's what you gonna tell every single one of them individually.
Right. But I'm saying that,
for yourself.
and then I just told her that just generally, in the history of my family, my moms, my pops, my brothers, we good at taking tests. Like that was actually, that was my saving grace, was that I could pass the test whether I came to class or not. You know what I'm saying? But so now once I told her that, right, and it gave her like a different type of confidence where, after that she wasn't worried about like, oh, all right. You see what I'm saying? Because now, even though she didn't know what was going to happen, right? She had trust in herself that, whatever the test is, I'm gonna knock it out.
Yeah, exactly.
You see what I'm saying? That's why I said it's based on knowledge. You see what I mean? Like when you saying you trust this person, you don't trust people. You know what I'm saying? Not like that. Just, you just trust this person. You trust the knowledge that you have in that person. You trust that you had experience with this person where you understand what I'm saying? Like I've been in certain situations with this person before. See what I'm saying? I'm saying like you sit in a situation, right? Let's,
Exactly. Instead of saying trust, I'd be like, oh
fortunately,
yeah, them done did such and such. Or I'd be like,
fortunately, we never end up in this situation, right? But you in a situation, right, where it's like, yo, you sitting there, niggas telling you, yo, son, you might as well rat, because the other niggas going rat. You know what I mean? You might as well get him before he gets you. Now, see, if you don't know this nigga, and you the type of person that don't have a high level of trust, right? This is going to weigh heavily on you. You understand what I'm saying? But if you in a situation where you like, son, this ain't even the worst shit me and this nigga been in together. What are you talking about? You see what I'm saying? That's different. Even though the nigga gonna say, yo, how you know he ain't doing this right now? Can you prove that he's not sitting in that room right now telling him nothing? No, you can't prove it. You trust it based on the knowledge and wisdom
no, exactly.
that
So,
between you and the person since the relationship was founded. But just, saying, you just watching people walking up and down the street. Okay, I trust that person. I don't trust that person. Okay, I trust that person. Nah, that's not what trust is based on. Like you're not basing it on nothing.
I just say understanding for real.
Well, yeah, I mean that's a level also, that the trust
Actually,
is going.
wisdom too. Knowledge, wisdom is really knowledge, wisdom, and understanding for real. For with
Yeah,
me,
because
you feel me?
listen,
Since I have those, that's why
because
I'm
listen,
I get.
listen. In every arena you go in, they're going to tell you that the love and the trust go together. See, outside of that, that's not really trust. Like I say, it could be a whole bunch of different things, but that's not really trust. You know what I'm saying? When you don't know somebody, or you don't know them that well, or you saying that you trusted these people, you know, you met them when you was 11 or 12, you know what I'm saying? And then endeavors, y'all was criminals together. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes you got to look at that.
No, that's exactly what I'm looking at and what I'm talking about. Like, not like criminals together
Yeah, but see,
specifically.
listen,
I'm
but
just saying
listen.
like literal history. Like,
Now hold on. You not trusting that person is based on knowledge.
you know what? Most of the people who I do quote unquote don't trust, I don't be around. I don't have people
Of
around me that I
course.
have those type of thoughts and stuff like that about, guys.
Listen. That's what you do. That's what you do when you're righteous.
You know what I'm
See,
saying?
when
Like,
you're not
okay,
righteous,
I'm about to
when you're
say
not
like,
righteous, you used to that low grade conflict always being around you.
Yeah, that's all I was about to say. Like, I don't even deal with trust because, like, it's like that's why I say I don't deal
No,
with trust,
you
man.
do deal with it. You don't trust those people,
It's funny, is it?
but you don't trust them based on knowledge. It's not like, oh, I don't know that person, I don't trust them. No, that's not the word. You don't know that person. It didn't get to the level of trust yet. It's like, conversation. I don't know that person. You know what I'm saying? This is the first time I seen him walking the street right now. Like we didn't even, I just seen him walking over there across the street. We haven't even been close enough to each other to have a conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, there's some new shit too. I don't know what's going on, but my daughter's supposed to be starting high school, right? They got some new shit now on the computer where through the school they introduce her to another girl who's going to the school that lives in the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? So she uh they go to school together. I guess they supposed to already be friends or whatever.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Now look, you don't know this person. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? You don't trust them yet.
I
It
don't
ain't
make friends
even
on
get
super
to
quick
there.
like that either. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep. I don't
y'all
do that.
right now, they only spoke to each other on the internet. And then when it comes to the school time, then they meet up and but maybe that's what it is.
It might be cool.
Maybe people is putting the trust too soon.
Yeah, before the knowledge.
Yeah. And then that's why you being disappointed. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying
Nah,
that,
before the understanding. I
yeah,
would say that.
people being righteous towards each other, right, is a virtue. Like to exist in a society like that, right, is first of all possible. You know what I'm saying? And second of all, it's righteous. Like, yeah, it's at this point right now, don't get me wrong. I realize that I'm speaking a little bit from a utopian standpoint. You understand what I'm saying? Or it may put like this, it may appear that I'm speaking from a utopian standpoint because, like I said, I'm not just talking about the people and things that you trust. I'm talking about the people and things that you don't trust. Like, it's some motherfuckers you don't trust based on the knowledge and wisdom. Sometimes it's not a whole bunch of knowledge and wisdom. You know what I'm saying? Like, I see you, you
Man,
shaking, you
hear me.
looking disheveled and you talking to yourself. I don't trust you not to pull out a knife and cut me. I'm gonna watch you until we get past each other in a good distance. But if I see you flail right here, yeah, what the fuck is you doing? As opposed to, you know what I'm saying? Now, look, that's based on a little bit of knowledge. You know what I'm saying? On the other hand, I might see an old lady and she's walking, she got the hat and the dress and all, you know what I'm saying? The perfume. But she going to church. It's Sunday. Yeah, she going to church. So now with her, it might be the opposite. I might see her doing something, and then I trust that she's just an old harmless lady. So I might help her do something. She might be carrying, so I might help her with it. Whereas this nigga here, you're not doing that. Like, if you ask me a question, you gotta stand back. But I'm saying both of them principles, I'm basing it on knowledge. Like I said, it might be a little
Thank
bit
you.
of knowledge.
That's all. Thank you.
It might be a little bit of knowledge. It might be a lot of knowledge.
Ah,
You understand what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Indeed.
But that that's what I'm dealing with. You understand what I'm saying? Otherwise than that, it's like, well, what I'm scared of this person and not scared of that person. What, you understand what I'm saying? Is that I see what the fuck you was about. The other day, it just happened. This guy, man, but he's struggling too. You know what I'm saying? Just in terms, I don't know what he's dealing with, alcohol, substance, whatever. So you know, New York is a college town. You know what I'm saying? So college just started back. You know what I mean? I was downtown by Baruch, and these three girls was walking, right? And it's funny too, because it was like a dilemma. It's, you know, I don't like to be racist, but I don't know if this is racist or not. You know what I'm saying? So the dude just starts cursing the girls out, man. Like I'm talking about, he's cursing them out, cash, and it's like I'm looking at them, right, and it's two white girls and a black girl, right, and the dude is black. You know what I'm saying? And I can't really say who he was talking to, but the white girls was clearly reacting to it a little better. I mean, a little more. I mean, like you could tell the black girl was kind of like, you know, she been there before. You know what I'm saying? You know, I didn't say nothing to them. Like they, you know,
better.
but I'm just saying that, you know, she might be from the hood or something. You know, she passed through the hood before. Like, you know, she was about to keep it pushing, but you know, so now I'm like, damn, man, you know, do I say something to the brother over these white broad? And then it's like, damn, they do got the black girl with them and shit. Like, this shit is going through my mind before I'm just like, yo, scream, you gotta chill, man. Hey, you can't be out here like they college kids, like I say, 18, 19, something like that. You know what I'm saying? They probably freshmen, you know what I mean, being that they on the campus so early and shit or whatever, you know what I mean? But you know, just saying that is that situation where it's like, yo, all right, then he said something to me, you know what I mean? And then I let that get the best of me, right? So I walked over there. And, it was
Trust
like,
and
yo,
believe.
yeah, you talking to me? You know what I'm saying? But it's like, now listen, even though, right,
You
he
talking to me?
he wasn't no threat, right? Like in terms of, you know, just on face value, you know, because I don't know him, he could be a motherfucking jujitsu master, you know what I mean? But I'm saying, you know, and then like I said, he's struggling with, you know, whatever substance he's struggling with, you know, but at the same time, right, I didn't get all up on him because he's nuts. You understand what I'm saying? So being that I know you're nuts, right, I'm going to stay outside of your reach.
Mm-hmm. That's what I said in the thing. That's what I said in the comment. Remember, I said I don't even let people get that. I said people like that, I don't even let them get close enough to me to feel like I gotta
Basically,
take everything or think I'm gonna be stolen from or be watching people. God, if I got it, man.
but see, that's what I'm saying. That's based
I'll bring
on
somebody
knowledge.
to.
Listen,
I bring some.
that's based on knowledge of your environment.
Hey, I'll bring somebody to somebody else's house and wait for them to steal from somebody else first before I bring it to my
And
see if
like
they
I said,
steal.
that's based on your environment of the
I don't deal
people.
with trust, God. Like I don't have no people at my crib smoking. None of
That's
that.
based on your environment of the people that you
Oh
around.
yeah, true indeed.
See,
True
listen,
indeed.
I don't think you was on when I
I
told the
agree.
story before.
I agree because it wasn't always like
Listen,
that.
listen. There was a tribe of people one time, right? And these people was uncontacted, like they was living in the forest and shit, right? I think they was in like South America or something. And so they sent this Christian missionary to go convert them into Catholicism. And when he got there, he couldn't convert them because the people they couldn't comprehend the hell and damnation he was talking about. Because the life that they lived, like the place where they was living, was so abundant, right? That they didn't store food. Like they didn't farm or nothing. When they got hungry, they just went and ate. Like they just, you know, like they would make some little shit, catch some fish, cook them, eat them. And basically that's all they did. Was after they ate, they would just go to rest. And so he was trying to explain to them things like the Garden of Eden in heaven. They was like, yeah, that sound like right here. Like, why we need to do all that shit you saying? Apparently, we already in heaven. And because their life was so right, they didn't know nothing about it. You know, people stealing, like that shit was a foreign concept to them. You know what I'm saying? And the shit was so powerful that when the Christian missionary, when he seen the priest, when he seen that, hold up, if these people could have this much righteousness and shit, you know what I'm saying, without knowing nothing about Jesus and shit, then is this shit really true? Is all the shit they was teaching about the world really true? You know what I'm saying? So here's what they did though. They gave the people technology. They gave them technology. So the dude said, yo, he said, yo, I didn't know what worry was until he said the first thing they did, they came in and said, yo, we're going to educate y'all. Right? So to educate y'all, you know, when we're going to build a school. Now, look, you got to do homework. You got to do homework, right?
Grade and post.
So now, in order to do your homework at home, here's what we're going to do. We're going to hook y'all up with a little bullshit system so y'all can have electricity. And the dude said that was the first thing. He said we started worrying that the lights was going to go off.
Yeah. Got it. With the trading
And then,
post.
yo, look, they showed it. I'm talking about you could see it. We're like, yo, the first time, because they interviewed him when the dude first went out there. And you could see, yo, everybody looked mad young. Like you couldn't even tell who the old people was and shit. Only reason you could tell who was young is because they were small. When they came back out, this nigga looked like 60.
Wow.
But he wasn't that old. Like he still had young kids and everything. You understand what I'm saying? So just saying that it's difficult to see because we've been trapped in this society for 400 years.
It's a whole documentary that's exactly like that. Called Prisoners of a White God, that's on Vimeo. And it's still in circulation. It's about some people that's out in the Thai mountains of Thailand. Hard as about with Christian missionaries bringing Christianity to them people. The people was happy as hell at first. Christian missionaries brought Christianity to the people. The people was like sad, like man, it was sad how them people was after the missionaries then pretty much took the children. They like the missionaries took the children, had the children pretty much working as slaves. They called it working in exchange for quote unquote education, clothes, and food and board. But what they did was pretty much separated the children from the parents for long, extensive periods of time to the and then indoctrinated them with Christianity. Then got the children to be embarrassed of their natural culture, got the children coming back, not even speaking their natural language, being embarrassed of the natural language, all that. Them people didn't know nothing about sin, like what you said. They didn't know nothing about a whole bunch of stuff. But then by the time they learned about Christianity and sin and all this different stuff that the Bible was, that them missionaries was preaching to them people about, they was just sad. They ain't had no land no more. They came and took the people land. The children didn't want to come home. All type of crazy. It was just messed up. They came pretty much in and took over the land with religion, using the children and lured the people up out of the place.
Well, see, that's the master stroke of religion. Like, see, the G is the G is part of Christianity is original sin. That's the G is part of it. See, you already fucked up. Before you even, I don't hit.
Even a baby get born. They're like,
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, you done
You know what I'm saying? So you might as well get on this motherfucking program right now. And you got to do it like I say, or you ain't getting communion. See, that's when that's the if see, look, let's not get into the Bible. I keep telling you. Y'all don't know the Bible, man. See, y'all think the
Start
Bible,
pimping. You got to
y'all
be
think the
careful and not
Bible,
start pimping.
yeah,
You start talking about the Bible.
yeah, that's what the Bible is. See, that's not the Bible Elijah's talking about. You thought that's the
Oh
Bible
man.
Elijah was talking about? See, when you look in the Bible, right? When you look in the Bible, how much
Everybody
years of
stand up
history? How
and
much
sit
years
down.
how much years of history is in the Bible? The King James version.
Man, I'm not even sure. I never really people say it's 6,000, but me myself, I never seen where they got that figure from.
But here's the
'Cause
thing.
I maybe it's some type of counting that I wasn't up on that I need to just research like the way that they speak is
Well,
maybe I missed it.
how much you count?
I need to read it again. I didn't count none for real. Like it was all over the place for me.
You see what I'm
Bible was
saying?
all over the place.
Elijah said the Bible got 15,019 years of history in it.
Where
15,020 of it.
I ain't saying that they
In the year
lied.
1934. So if you got this book here with 6,000 years of history and a book being described with 15,020 years of history, that's probably not the same book.
I'm just going off of what people said that the Bible goes back 6,000 years of history. I ain't seen it go
Yeah,
back 0 years for real. Like I ain't saying that it don't go back no years. I haven't seen it itself say, oh yeah, this book right here was written here. That book right here was written in this year.
that's what
That
it goes. See, you don't know the Holy Scrolls.
hey, we talking about the Bible. Is that are you talking about the same thing? Holy Scrolls the same thing or what?
Which, see, look, for clarity, right? The King James Version is the Holy Scrolls.
Okay.
That's where, the holy matrimony is laid down.
Holy macrimony.
That's what it is.
Holy macrimony. I'm gonna look and see if I can find 15,019.
No, you ain't gonna find that in it.
No, not the number itself, but if I
See,
can
you
see
gotta
it.
remember, everybody got their own history. Is the original Mr. 120 still in here? How much history Indian the India? They be talking about 150,000 years and shit like that. China be talking about they got art 50,000, 60,000 years old. I'm not saying, Reverend, we're not about to get ancient alien. I'm just saying that everybody was keeping their own time. And then the
I was
Pope,
muddled
the,
looking
the
at the
Pope,
year.
Pope Julian, uh he he was it Julian? Yeah, I think it was Julian that he was the one that spread the Christian calendar all around the world. So you gotta think about it. Motherfuckers they don't know about no Jesus.
Okay, so look, when I looked
So
at the
why would they count their time as before Christ? You see what I'm saying? I told you I might get another channel. Holy Scrolls. The Holy Scrolls. the Holy Scrolls channel so I can teach about the Bible. I mean, I don't know who needs to hear this, but the Bible is all holy matrimony.
Holy macrimony. No, man. Okay, so when I looked at the Bible, man, or not even looked at the Bible, when I was sitting there listening in church as a child, I would hear stuff that just did not add up. First of all, they said that you have free will. You don't have to be that intelligent to understand the basics of what free will means. It means that you're doing what you want to do. Then on top of that, they tell you that God wrote down everything that you're going to do. First of all, those two things cannot even exist in the same reality. Either you wrote down what I was going to do or I have free will. Like that's just one thing, you know.
Well, uh, the thing I never could. Well, that's a lot of shit I never could understand. But you know, yes.
I think that
See, because I mean, how it's related to what you saying, right? Is that
I go ahead.
apparently this whole shit, right? And see, that's how you know.
God is
See,
Jesus. Jesus is a man, but God can't be a man.
this is what you gotta realize. That see, remember, man, all of this shit is supposed to be right. All of this shit, all this damnation, and all the hell, and all this, right, is supposed to be because he wants you to love him. To see, like I said, you got to see an experienced pimp, right? And you got to be able to observe that game, right? That he's imparting to the younger pimps right there. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
See, he don't want people looking other pimps in the face. That's what he said. He's a jealous God. Thou shalt have no gods before me.
No real talk, man.
That is, see, this is a Hotep channel. This is a Hotep channel.
This whole damn channel. Hell no. Man, so what I thought about after I got a little older was sin, like some things that they call sin was people's way of weeding out intelligent people away from all the people who don't really know much better, and to ask some questions about some of this stuff that will not add up when you put it into the same cipher. It just like some stuff just did not make no sense. Like a talking
Um,
snake, talking serpent. We're gonna say serpent because it says serpent. It didn't say snake. It says serpent. I'll be fair. A talking serpent.
see, I don't think uh most people was trying to make sense, especially because you gotta remember, most of these people is illiterate, until a certain point, you know what I mean? And even then, for the most part, they just accepting the word from the preacher or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And the fear of the damnation of, you know what I'm saying, of questioning these things, you know what I'm saying?
I
And
know what you. Yeah.
and also you gotta remember that uh the church
Fear of damnation.
was see the Catholic Church, right, is an extension of the Roman Empire. See, one of the reasons why the church took over is because they still had, first of all, an amount of wealth, right, left over from the empire. And when people is coming in attacking the Roman Empire, they're attacking the government. You understand what I'm saying? They're not
Yeah.
attacking, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're attacking the government and the army. They're not attacking the Christian church. So the Christian church remains intact, right? With a certain amount of wealth and with the organizational skills, right? The organizational the knowledge of it, right? Uh is still intact. You know what I'm saying? So even when you look at them now, you see they got a whole form of government. You know what I'm saying? Where you got the bishop of the Cardinals and you know what I'm saying, the Pope gets elected by certain people, all of that is
Yeah, they got a whole order.
yeah, right. In that order, in that ability to organize societies, people was gravitating towards the church. So the church wasn't just, you know, like they was just coming around just bullshitting people and going back home. You understand what I'm saying? Like that was people started having to cling to the church to have things organized. You see what I'm
They
saying?
was
So
milking people back in the day when they was
so
going to war back in the
even
day.
even
Like,
into the American history, right? You see that uh hospitals, uh schools, you know what I'm saying? Even the civil rights movement, you know what I'm saying? You see that it's the church that people flock around, you know what I'm saying, to get organized in whatever it is that they want to do. You understand what I'm saying? Especially when you was dealing with times, before, government really was doing a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? When people had to stick together, right? The church was like a focal point, you know what I mean, through where people could communicate, get whatever words out, you know what I'm saying? If people need support here, there, you know what I'm saying? But so just saying that all of those was the factors, that made people not really question things. You know what I'm saying? Like my uh great grandmother, right? Who was, she was the person, that uh she was the family soul saver. You know what I mean? Like she's the, she everybody, when you go to church, you go with her. I had one aunt that went to a different church. Everybody else, you go to this church, you sit in this section, you know. But she never knew how to read. So all she ever knew is what the song said and what the preacher said.
dang.
You know. But like you said, you gotta be paying attention because other people wasn't paying attention when like I was paying attention.
And even when I was little, I asked my grandma, I said, hey, why was God playing hide and seek with Adam and Eve? She didn't even get what I was saying. What I was saying was, if you're supposed to know everything, why is you running around in the Garden of Eden looking for them, bro? I don't get what I'm being told right now.
My thing was, see, I thought the shit was real. So as I'm seeing the shit, you know, it's like at that time, uh, it's like you see some shit on TV, right? Like you see Muhammad Ali boxing at that time. They used to have a show called Wild World of Sports. It used to come on Saturday. In fact, it used to come on Saturday, and then uh, at the Wild World of Sports, sometimes it would be like a game. Like whatever sport was in, it might be one game, and then after that, that's when the Chinese movie used to come on, the kung fu shit. You know what I'm saying? But on Wild World of Sports, like, yeah, you see Muhammad Ali, Sugar Ray Leonard, like, you see the champ and shit, right, on regular ABC, Channel 7. So, you know, that's real, you know. But then I see other, like, cartoons, and I know that's fake. But being that everybody, I couldn't, like, I couldn't figure this shit out. Like, the motherfucker, y'all be praying, y'all be, you know, people talk about, yeah, you know, I was talking to God, and God said to me this, that, you know. So I'm like, damn, how the fuck how does everybody else have this shit figured out except me? Like, I'm wondering, like, yo, you know, when is God going to tell me something?
Man, them people schizophrenics probably.
So I couldn't figure that out. And I used to ask people, like, yo, you know what I'm saying? When you be praying to God, right? What do you be saying?
Oh, I was giving people hell. By the time I was asking them kind of questions about when you be praying to God questions, mine was, oh, whose voice do you hear? Is it your own? Because I hear my own. It's only hear
Nah,
my own voice.
and I see, like I said, I first of all, I'm stuck because I don't know what to say. Like, I see people who pray, you know, they come to, yo, Father this, Father that. I remember I asked this girl one time, like, yo, what you, and she was like, yo, you know, I just you know, ask for everybody to be healthy and everything and stuff. I was like, word? And then what he be saying? And then she was like, I don't know. She's like, there's other people. I could just tell they don't be thinking about it.
They don't, man, they don't hear nothing. They just beg
All all of
something.
the shit that I was seeing though on uh like certain, you know, certain just images that I had, I thought it was real. Like, I thought God really lived in the clouds. So
Somewhere
when I
up there.
went in the
One of the
airplane,
clouds.
when I went in the airplane and I didn't see him, that was a big that was big. Like, that was, you know, that was the real first, like, you know, before it was little minor shit, but nah, this is major. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah. You mean it's not even one angel up here? Nah, I ain't trying. Nah,
No.
yes, I wasn't feeling that. That was like the first thing. It was a couple things that happened. You know, like, I'm gonna tell you another thing too. When I first saw the business of the church, like, they gave me the yellow envelope to take back there to pay the dues and shit. And, you know, I used to remember hearing them, you know, say, yo, such and such is a good member, yo, such and such is a bad member and shit. But I didn't know what it was about. And then
Oh
uh
man.
I remember, you know, the money that they used to take up in the collection plate, you
You
know,
talking
but
about them offerings, boy.
I'm figuring. But yo, when I went back there that day, man, and just saw, like, yo, they had all this money. They was opening the envelopes, counting the money, and they was telling people, yo, you owe money, yo, you can't come back and shit.
Man, I ain't never heard that before. I've
Yo,
heard
they was
about it from
telling
the
people,
news.
yo, it was something. I don't know if they told them straight up, you can't come back to the church, but it was, yeah, some shit like, yeah, nah, you ain't paid your dues and shit. Your shit's not up to. And it was like, wait a minute, this is, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck is going on here and shit? Like,
Yep, I
what's this?
heard of people getting kicked out of church because of tithes before.
The
Like
shit
not
was
tithes.
the shit looked like. See, my experience
I
at
ain't
that
never heard of
time,
nobody kick. Yeah.
where I had seen that before, was the number hole. Like, where I saw people behind the window counting all this money and you know what I'm saying? So when I saw this shit at the church and shit, I was like, wait a minute, man. What the fuck is going on here? Yeah. That's when I knew that. So I was like, all right, man, this ain't for me, man. But I didn't know that's what the good members and the bad members was about. That you have to pay the money, man. So by the time I got like about 10 years old, I had enough.
I think no. You know how I knew it was fake? Was the Holy Ghost. I seen
Uh,
people always falling out, and then they always fell out at the same time. Ain't nobody like randomly fell out. Everybody always fell out. It
listen,
seemed like it took one person to fall
let
out
me tell
first.
you
And
something. One time, the Holy Ghost came down the road. Like, you know, you be in the pews and shit. Yeah, the Holy Ghost came down the road like the wave and shit. You know, motherfuckers do the wave at the stadium. So look,
yeah.
I see this shit. It's coming. It's coming right towards me. I'm in the row and shit. You know what I mean? So I see the people like, yo, they fucking catching the Holy Ghost one by one, right? So boom, it gets to me. I don't feel nothing and shit.
I
There's
don't
somebody
feel
on the other side of me.
nothing.
Somebody caught it on the other side of me, right? And then it kept going down the road. And I'm sitting there like, yo, what just happened? Yo, that shit happened one time, son.
God, you funny as hell.
Son, I'm telling you, the shit came down the road like the wave.
He
And
said
missed
he
me.
didn't feel nothing.
Yeah, yo, I'm thinking, I'm thinking the shit is about to hit me like this is it this time.
Oh.
This is it, man. I'm finally gonna get to see what this shit is about.
The guy said we're not worthy.
Yeah, I must not have been worthy.
I don't want to be worthy. I'm good. Anyway, I don't want to bust my head on the ground.
Yeah. And it used to be this lady at church that she used to catch the Holy Ghost every week and shit, right?
I wonder how
And
them
then
old people did that, man.
when we used to get home, they used to always say she was fake. Because they was like, yo, you ever notice that whenever she fall out from the Holy Ghost, her skirt is always perfect?
God, funny as hell.
Nah, that wasn't me. That was a woman in my family used to say that. They used to say, she was faking. Like, oh man.
What I used to think after I got a little older and learned a little bit more about women was like, man, when have you? I looked at and I started thinking, like, hold on. Some men try to do that little junk, but not many men really try to fake the Holy Ghost like women do. So I just really deducted down in my own brain. Maybe I'm wrong. Women just need a place to go and scream and yell and cry and just kick and go crazy at. And I think church is just a good place for them to do it at. So they just be like, oh, hold on, wait. I got this chance to just cry and go crazy. Let me do it.
But see, you gotta realize something, right? It's because I seen dudes do it too. Like where I was, when I was in there, it was across the board.
A lot of dudes?
But I'm well, the church is mostly women, so it's not gonna be a lot of
Okay,
it.
okay.
You know what I mean? Like for instance, in my family, like my immediate family, dudes ain't go to church. I can't think, my pops, I seen him in church in his funeral, and we went. Oh yeah, one time my grandmother won some kind of award in church. We went over there. But other than that, I ain't never seen church. I ain't never see my grandfather. Oh yeah, at my father's funeral. too. That's the only time I seen him in church. Sugar Bear, I might have seen him, including his funeral, maybe 3 times. And those other 2 times like holidays. But nobody ain't, so yeah, this was a whole bunch of dudes. But you gotta remember that, the deeper someone is capable, to go back to the word that we use, right? The deeper that someone is capable of going into religion, right? The higher the probability of them being a little mentally, emotionally unbalanced.
What about the emotional imbalance? Say it again, par yourself.
It's just a high probability that someone that's deeply into religion is a little bit mentally or emotionally or emotionally unbalanced. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh man, it's crazy you said that because I always like joke to myself a little bit, like the way people be acting sometimes. When I look up the clinical definition of like schizophrenia, a lot of these people would like it's like Jesus. There is no way to explain the difference between the clinical definition of schizophrenia and Jesus, because they
I
say
mean,
they in
is
their head
that?
they even call you evil, call you the devil, and don't even know you and be so sure.
I'm gonna tell you another thing too about the church, and it's clear that at least some preachers cultivate that, right?
Oh wow,
Uh, they cultivate like
the
they
witch hunt type stuff.
it's a uh, it's like a club kind of atmosphere. Like if you do the knowledge to just the general, it's just like a club, right? But it's early in the morning on Sunday instead of late at night on Saturday.
Um,
Like
wow.
people put on they fancy clothes and they perfume. You know what I'm saying? They go there. It's music. They flossing in front of each other and shit. You know, like that family that look, they got regular cars that they drive like during the day when they going to work and shit, but then they got the Sunday car that they only drive that to church.
Yeah, like the Sunday clothes.
Yeah,
When you was
yeah.
talking about that,
See,
I
yeah,
was
the
just thinking,
people they floss, they go in there flossing, you know, putting all kind of money in the plate. You understand what I mean? Who could hoop and holler the loudest and shit and all that. You understand what I mean? Who crews the loudest up in here? You got the little VIP section over there with my great grandmother used to sit at.
man, when I get on Facebook and be talking about that kind of stuff, the old members that have me added, like from my grandma church who like knew me from when I was a tiny child, they be laughing at the stuff I be saying. Even when I be cussing and talking about people walking in the aisle and
Have you seen praise dancing?
uh-huh.
When did that start?
I have no clue. Maybe way back in slavery days.
Nah.
I don't know.
What was no praise dancing. Like I said, it was. definitely a club type atmosphere cultivated it. You know what I'm saying? Like I would have to say, you know, like especially when a song like When the Saints Come Marching In, I would have to say that, yeah, it's the closest I've experienced to that is like, you know, when you know you in the tunnel and they throw that fucking you know what I'm saying? That's the closest thing I see to that. Self Abdul said praise dancing is a step down from OnlyFans. I mean, pretty much you know, what I saw, I don't know, maybe that wasn't the real praise dancing.
God, funny as hell.
You know, maybe that wasn't the real praise dancing, but what I saw was like you know, yeah, nah, this like if let's say this is one of my cousins or my sister or something that did that in the church, my great grandmother would have got up and beat her in the church in front of everybody. Yeah. I'm about to sign off. This one right here, man. You know, we start freestyling towards the end, but we had some good stuff in the beginning.
Appreciate
You know?
taking that time out to argue with me about what trust.
Yeah. No, I'm telling you now. You know why this stuff is important? Because see, it's about the society that we live in. It's about, you know, us being able, you know, these is the things that lay down the foundation of people being able to build with each other. Like these is the things that's destroyed. You see, when a person betrays that trust. You see what I'm saying? Like I was saying, with you know, when you got different people that put themselves in a position of being leaders, right? And then they do something to betray the trust of the people that, you know, had confidence in them, right? Then it breaks down the ability, you know what I'm saying? Then it makes, you know, people be reluctant to come together, right? And then
Yeah,
the ultimate problem with that, you know what I mean, is that we don't make no progress.
man.
You understand what I'm saying? So
And then,
you you know with every single thing, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, like it's in order for us to be uh you know successful, you know, as one whole, you know, certain things that you know, and it's not just us as original people, right? It's the whole mainstream society. But, you know, that's important for everybody as an individual, for every group of people. That, okay, certain things in the mainstream, and that might be fine for everybody. Because that's not necessarily what we want to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, this whole culture, you know, people popping off at the mouth at each other and, you know, everybody feeling like you know, being being ratchet is a virtue. Like there's really people that think you could be classy and ratchet at the same time. You know what I mean?
they just haven't crossed paths with the right people.
To steal to steal another word, because you know I kick it with the millennials. Uh, shit is toxic. It is. It's toxic.
It's not, no, actual fact.
You know what I'm
Man,
saying?
that's why I love talking to guys. Like I love asking women questions and talking to women about stuff. And then like when they change up what they saying about this and what they say about that, I'll be like, okay, so but you said this, but you're saying this now, and we'll go into it and it'd be so funny. Like I love speaking the truth for women. That's all I'm gonna say. Like even truthful women tell stories sometimes, but don't even realize what they're doing because most times it's more about a woman's image, when they speaking versus like what's really the truth. Like you can ask them a yes or no question, but if it don't look good, they go just tell you a flat out. Uh, some of them ain't gonna tell you a flat out yes or no. They gotta make it look good. Uh-uh.
Hmm. You know, but shout out to man.
Yep. Peace.
I'm
Peace to
over
the
here
side.
saying shout out like shit is a fucking game and shit. But uh, live
Yep. Well,
forever to live forever to Agemeen. Let's not forget about that. Uh, you know, like I said, man, everybody right now, this is like I think it's just that point in the history of the nation. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was getting the knowledge, that was I used to always say that, and I didn't understand what it meant. Like brothers used to say, "Yo, we a baby nation," and I didn't, and I came to understand, two different ways of looking at that. Right? We a baby nation, meaning we was a nation of babies. You talking about, the young 5%, time nobody was 30.
The young 5%, the whole 5% was young. That's what you
Yeah, I'm
said.
saying you had a law and justice. You know what I'm saying? But
But the
I
rest,
mean, it could have been, but I don't know who that was.
somebody said there was a lot of people out with knowledge and stuff around the same time the guys was learning.
What kind of knowledge is up?
I mean, no, I ain't talking about like learn from a lot of father, but was like teaching the same type of stuff. The black man is God, and a whole lot of people, was like on that same type of teaching.
Nah,
I just heard this. I don't teach that. I just heard that.
yeah, well, whoever he is, they don't have no descendants in Harlem to bear witness that they was doing that. You know what I'm saying? Now,
Yeah.
uh, I did hear it was other people, right, in the mosque who because first of all, remember from the very beginning, right? Everybody doesn't have Elijah Muhammad's uh, understanding, let's say, of what Fard's teachings was. So in terms of the different ways that people might develop and what they might saw, yeah, as other people. I mean, because it says in plain language right there, who is the original man.
Yeah.
So it's not a super duper stretch. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? The stretch is
Yeah.
the see through, the teachings that Fard is alive in that, you know, Elijah is the infallible messenger, right? To that, you know, now this guy right here who's just a follower is a lot. You know, that's the part that uh
Now I ain't see nothing about them teaching it as plain and simple as Allah taught it. Now don't get me wrong.
and I don't
And
know.
then I didn't see nobody saying that they built no nations either.
Now I mean, see, there was a lot of renegade Muslims,
Okay.
you know what I'm saying? Which meant they you know, they wasn't in good standing in the mosque. And they was coming out and they was, you know, teaching young kids, you know what I'm saying? But nobody did it quite like Elijah. But yeah, there was people that was coming out the mosque. You know, for instance, that's why you know, Black Messiah, no name is Kareem and all of that already. Because they already being introduced to Islam through renegade Muslims that's coming out in the street teaching kung fu and teaching Islam.
Okay.
But in terms of teaching what we was teaching, now I don't know about that.
No, and true indeed. So did you last question? I seen a book called Father Divine, and it was talking about a black man who was teaching um about the original man is God. That's one thing I
Mhm.
can't. I did see a book called Father Divine. There was talking about a black man that was doing um what Allah was doing with.
That moved out to Pennsylvania.
Maybe it was. I don't know. But it was a dude named Father Divine. He wasn't no 5%.
Yeah, he had a church over here on 130 something street.
Okay.
But he a lot of his rise was during the same time as Elijah.
Okay.
And there you know, I haven't confirmed it, but you know, you do have people that say he also was around for it.
Oh damn. Yeah, I seen a book. And I was like, Father Divine. And I was like, is this like some dude trying to copy off Allah? You know, and so I was interested to check the book out. And I was looking at it and I was like, whoa,
Nah,
this
he
sounds like
from
this is like a whole nother.
in the early
Yeah.
1900s, but he does have the oldest person that I found was a dude named Lemon Lehman. I think it's Lehman is Lehman or Lucius. He's called like the Mullah of San Quentin or some shit like that. And he's the first person that I found talking about, you know, he's got some ancient sciences that nobody else know about, you know, from the you know what they call the Middle East right now. You know what I'm saying? But Father Divine, the earliest
Oh damn.
the
Damn, he from
earliest
okay.
the
Yeah, he was
earliest I
in the early 1900s. Herself.
know about his story being involved with something like that is that uh he was down with a guy and the guy was calling himself, the guy was God. It was three of them. The guy was God, Father Divine was Jesus, and the third guy that was with them, I'm pretty sure his name was John the Baptist. Like I don't know what his honorable name was, but that was his role with that team. And then they had some kind of fallout. And then once they had that fallout, he became Father Divine.
Okay. Yeah, I see now. This is old as hell, like from 1907.
What's that?
Father Divine, his time, God, he passed in September 10th, 1965.
Father Divine?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he was born in 1877. The man was damn near 90. The man was, almost 90 years old.
Uh, but this dude that I was talking about, he's from a little before that. He's from like in like 1900. He's already talking about uh Islam and all this stuff. And
This dude is from Georgia.
apparently there's a guy. I can't really find much on him, so I don't know if this story is real or not. But there's a guy who came home one day and told his wife and kids that he's God, and he's about to live out whatever the science that's affiliated with that, and they either be down or he's out, and they didn't want to be down, so he bounced. And then apparently he went around teaching that he was God. But like I said, I haven't found anything other than that mention. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a name and nothing.
The name of the book was called God, Harlem, USA. It is called The Father Divine Story, written by Jill Watts. I just found the book online.
Yeah, Father Divine had a church, and apparently if you went there and said peace when you went in, they gave you free food.
Oh, that's peace.
Mm. When he was stationed in Harlem, but he had some kind of issue, and the people they out in Pennsylvania right now. Uh, I don't know how many, like they numbers dwindled from what I understand, mainly because for one thing they went to like the place wherever they went in Pennsylvania was more isolated. And then they part of the practices, right, is they not supposed to be having sex. And so they didn't reproduce. Robert Walker history. No, Robert Walker, uh, heard a couple of things about Robert Walker. Uh, but he met a lot in Bellevue, and Al Champagne. He didn't have it all. But none of the stuff that I said was really involved with him, you know. But basically, uh, he came to the conclusion that he was Allah in the wisdom body. I guess basically meaning that he's Allah too. So that Allah telling him, look, I'm already Allah right here. You gotta go do your thing. And so he the people that he taught became the wisdom bodies.
Sounds so funny.
Yeah, I don't know if that was, actually their name. I just know they, apparently they were still around
The wisdom bodies. Wow.
in the nation for a while. You know what I'm saying? But it was the type of thing where, like they would be building, like you wouldn't know, you know what I'm saying, unless you was really keen.
The wisdom bodies. Wow. That's my set for them.
Nah, Robert Walker, to my knowledge, wasn't in the mosque. That his history doesn't really cross paths with mine, so I don't really know. He doing he in jail. He locked up out in Florida. Like you could Google him. Uh, in the Florida Department of Correction. When you Google him, you see his case, then that pretty much gonna answer all the questions.
Dang.
he he ain't got it all.
Now he was saying the wisdom body is that's what them brothers called themselves who was taught by the man who he told Allah that he was Allah. And Allah said, no, you gotta go somewhere else and teach that. And well, I guess that's the Robert Walker guy.
Yeah,
And when he
Robert
left
Walker.
when he left, the people he taught called themselves wisdom bodies. Because the
They
guy said
became,
he can't. He said he type in at his job and he can't really hear.
well, like I
I'll
said,
repeat it.
I uh I don't know if that was their actually name that they called themselves.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it is, but that's how I've always heard them
Pretty weird.
referred to. I always heard them referred to as the wisdom bodies.
The wisdom bodies. Have you ever
Yeah.
laughed at that when you heard it?
I mean, it was really it was insignificant to me when I first heard about it. I just
Okay.
heard that you know, it was some dudes called the wisdom bodies, and that they was super swift. That like they had lessons on like, how many times a dragonfly heartbeat in a minute, and how many times a butterfly flap his wings in a second, you know, and that they was just they like you had to be sharp. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you were sharp and you knew your math, you could tell who they was and put everything in perspective. But that they were so sharp that if you wasn't sharp, you could get caught up fucking with them.
Bro, how many? If somebody would have asked me, do I know how many times a butterfly flaps his wings within a second? I would feel like I'm in a Chinese movie about to fight somebody.
I mean, that's that's how it went. I mean, but we had our things like that too. You know what I'm saying? But of course, it's a little bit more just our science is a little more relative.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like just in terms of, I mean, even I would have to think real hard on how I could squeeze a life lesson out of a butterfly flapping its wings X times. You know what I'm saying? Like, what could I drop? What kind of signs could I drop about that on you? That would, even the Christ would have to, even the Christ would have to think long and hard, about how that would apply.
God, if somebody, I'm literally serious. I'd be thinking that I might have to fight because I would think that they're trying to like reference how fast they can punch or something. I'm like, yo, what? The guy, Self-Out Bill posted the alien and the rocket emoji. He funny as hell. No,
Yes.
yeah, man. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's just, I guess it's just my area, guy. Like my area is crazy. It ain't tough. It's just crazy in my area, G. So I guess
Like I
that's what
said,
it is. Like, huh?
we have things too, though, like the biochemical, what is it, the biochemical reconstructive terms of mathematics.
What?
Yeah, it was a lesson, the biochemical reconstructive terms of mathematics.
Oh, okay.
And that was just something that, look, like I remember the first time, like a lot of things, y'all get exposed to things a little bit differently than we did back in the day. Like back in the day, everything happened in real time. So I'll never forget, man, the first time somebody showed up and said they know the biochemical reconstructive terms of mathematics. Look, of course, I wasn't no, I wasn't a dumb kid. I had, you know what I'm saying? But when the nigga said that, I'm like, damn, man, can you fly too or shit? What the fuck?
Oh, I would have learned.
What the fuck is the biochemical reconstructive terms of mathematics? But we took my time where it's like, nah, I got to study the lessons, man. You ain't ready for that yet. But yeah, we had my point is we had our things too, where or born in mathematics. We had things that it was like, like it was, especially for kids, you know what I mean? It was kind of amazing. You know what I mean? Especially for mainstream society because, school is losing grip on the kids. But then they
Yeah,
get into this thing and these motherfuckers know how far fucking all the planets is from the sun. Like, what the fuck? What
yeah.
is that? So that, but yeah, that was there was a couple of things. Doctor said, yeah, that when how do you say, like when brothers first expressed to me that that was a part of this. You know, dealing with that, dealing with that type of science was a part of this. I was impressed. Keep saying, I'm gonna get up out of here.
Your peace, guy.
Get up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Tomorrow we'll see what happens. I don't think I'm gonna be able to make it on tomorrow. But we'll be, I don't know, we doing Monday? Or y'all going to do fireworks? What people do on Labor Day? I don't even know what people do.
I'm tuning in.
Yeah, I don't know. I gotta see. Maybe everybody might be on holiday.
Peace, everyone. Y'all brothers have a good morning/night.
Now, question. Well, I'm not in the G building. I'm not at the G building at the moment, so.
I thought you said, God bless you.
No. I never, some things I never picked up because I stopped dealing with Christianity so young. Yeah.
No, I thought you were joking, jokingly, like, God bless you. I was like, for real, God. But no, okay, yeah, you're not. Peace.
But yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to make it back on tomorrow. But yeah, we had to play. We play by ear. We play by ear on Monday, and get into the action. And I'm gonna post that other article probably on Monday, and then we get into that on Wednesday. But in the meantime, between time, do the each one teach one, hit the like button, and I'll see y'all on Monday.
I got an update. I got an update about the COVID. So I was telling you about how they silenced those doctors, and I'm gonna shut up after this. How they were silencing those doctors. I've been reading recently how they said the people who catch COVID and get over COVID, it's 60 times stronger than getting the vaccine, and the vaccine is compromising people's immune system. Peace.
Peace.